What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I'm your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. Of course, before I get into episode 140, you know we have to give another life update as far as this being another episode. So another episode, yet another life update. And with that being said, there's a lot of places I've been to that I've never been to before. So whenever I put out the Drake segments Sideways and Healing, I was still on vacation technically, and whenever I covered that, it's because I brought my recording stuff with me when I did go to Tennessee, because Milwaukee happened before Tennessee. But for Tennessee, I was like, you know what, let me bring some of my stuff just in case something happens in the music industry. And guess what? The biggest artist of all time in hip hop dropped. So that was great. But after that, I went back to vacation. But, just to summarize and give y'all like a synopsis of what I've experienced, especially in Milwaukee and, of course, Tennessee, it's nice to be able to take a break from what you do on an everyday basis, And I think it's very much needed simply to have that mental reset of this is what I do it for, kind of. As far as the clarity that comes with taking a break, the overall strategy and plans you come up with while you're taking a break, or something that's grown to a point where obviously I didn't think it was just going to be a flat out failure, but at this point I'm pretty sure that nobody could have seen this getting as big as it is as far as the Notorious Mass Effect. So with that being said, going on break, I was a little hesitant to do so, but of course I enjoyed it. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of what I was doing in those specific states, but as far as the overview, we got to talk about the city. Like if there's one thing I got to talk about is my own experience, because that's one of my most favorite things to do. That's probably my favorite thing to do, is to talk about past experiences, because you learn from everyone. But anyways, Milwaukee, let's start with that one. Boy, when I tell you I thought I dropped into the DLC of Fallout, I kid you not. Like, imagine hopping on a plane, going to a whole nother state, and feeling like instead of a plane, you hopped into a time machine. Because when we landed in Milwaukee, you would have thought that the U.S. was in some trouble. Like, you would have thought we was just in the midst of a war, with the amount of just abandoned buildings, like high level abandoned buildings. And keep in mind, the Milwaukee Bucks stadium is like around that area, and then you just drive to like another part, and it's just like multi-leveled buildings that has like tape all on it, windows busted out. It's just a very interesting it's very interesting surroundings of one of the more premier venues in that state, right? So whenever you're going to see Giannis, I'm pretty sure people can attest to this, that the surroundings of that area just look like we just hopped into a Fallout zone. Like, it just looked like one of those things like, what are y'all doing? Like, at the end of the day, we got to make the surroundings of the arena look nice. Like, imagine, like, no wonder Dame wants to go to Miami, but but that's besides the point. So, but as far as the specific event that I'm not going to talk about, that was the best part of it, especially just the connections and the experiences made. But now transitioning into my next trip, when I went to Tennessee, it was the complete opposite when it comes to surroundings. Like, I thought it was out of a Hollywood movie itself, because the surroundings, the happenings, the events, the whole musical aspect of Tennessee made me feel like it was such a heavenly area, as far as the emphasis put on Broadway and the live music that was played in each and every let's just call this a place, right? Each and every place we went to, it was very much live music everywhere we went, and the emphasis was on just the whole authentic attention to detail to live performances, and it was just such a great experience, and just the overall experience I had at that place was just great. And going from Milwaukee to Tennessee is night and day when it comes to the quality of just the surroundings, if that makes sense. So obviously, like I just said, with Milwaukee, I'm not going to get into why I was specifically there. Let's just call it a vacation, right? But that's just my synopsis of going to Milwaukee, going to Tennessee. Milwaukee definitely has to, because some of the places are super nice in Milwaukee. Most, if not all, the places that I went to that was nice was attached to the reason I was there in the first place. But as far as outside of that, I mean, I was in an Uber. This should tell you all you need to know. I was in an Uber driver, and he was like, "Yeah, man, it's just getting bad around here. Shootings left and right." I was like, and mind you, it's not like we in a terrible space. I mean, we right next to the Milwaukee Arena, right? He's like, "Yeah, man, it's getting bad around here." I don't know if he was trying to spook me and then the next Uber driver said the exact same thing. I was like, "Nah, bro, this got to be a game they playing. Like, there's just no way." Because I know the surroundings look like I just dropped out of a war zone, but y'all can't be telling me all type of criminal activities just happening right next to where Giannis is playing. Like, that just don't make sense. And then also, just the older nature, the older I think it's architecture. I don't know. I'm not like a interior designer or whatever, but the designs of the buildings look like every building in Milwaukee looked like the Daily Bugle from Spider-Man. Like, as far as the old-fashioned design choices, and of course it was broken down to me that Milwaukee is more of an older state, so of course that's why the buildings look like that, is to honor the longevity, I guess, because the interior, of course, was remodeled for more modern use, if that makes sense. But the outside, it kept it more of a nostalgia like imagery. So a lot of the buildings, you would have thought Spider-Man was finna pop up, because it was like some really old looking buildings for the most part. For the ones that wasn't just completely abandoned, and you would, like, anybody who's been there before, you know what I'm talking about. It's like certain buildings, I mean, like multi-level, where it's just like completely like just tape, windows broken in. It's like, that is definitely a trap house for somebody who takes up that opportunity. But for the most part, that's why I wanted to throw that out there, because that was like something that took me off guard when multiple Uber drivers were saying that. I was like, they have to be playing the game. They have to be all in on this, because this just don't make no sense. So anyways, yeah, man, that was my vacation. Of course, I mean, it goes without saying, I had a lot more fun in Tennessee. Tennessee was a great place. Let's just say, I think there's a reason why one of the biggest country artists of all time, Morgan Wallen, frequents that establishment. It makes a point to frequent his establishment there multiple times. Let's just put it like that. So, yeah, man, Broadway, 10 out of 10. But anyways, let's get into what we all came for, and what y'all came for, of course, and that is the episode 140, which is titled, because of my vacation, Guess Who's Back? Nah, I'm joking. It's not because of my vacation. I mean, it's more of a double, triple entendre. Don't even ask me how. But we're going to get into that's crazy. We're going to get into the white hope of hip-hop, which is Eminem, and one of the more pivotal hip-hop figures to ever grace a mic, as he dropped his album. So we're going to get all into that as far as the sales, the longevity of it, and just the overall reception of his album. And then at the end, I'm going to give my own personal review, because of course I've listened to the album multiple times from start to finish. I know as sometimes people feel like listening to Eminem is a chore because of the multiple styles he puts words together. But for me, I've really enjoyed this album, so I can't wait to get into it and give y'all my own personal review. And then, of course, that's one of the standouts on the music side. And one of the standouts on the gaming side is, you already know it, NCAA College Football. And with the return of one of the more just iconic franchises ever coming back, it's apparent that I put out that I was repping for my alma mater while I was in Tennessee, because we had the game. You know what I mean? Got your guys talking stuff. It's like, let's play the game. Hopped on the game. You know what I mean? Beat one person. You know, I played another person. And that second person I played, man, I beat him like he stole something. Like, I felt bad. Like, you know, when you feel bad and you start to just do random stuff in the game, that's why I started to, like, mess around with mechanics. I was beating him so bad. It was like 40-something to, like, 13. I think he, like, missed a field goal when he scored. Like, it was bad. But and they was talking stuff, too. That was my first time playing the game. So, can't call me a sweat. You know what I mean? Maybe your boy just nice at gaming. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, we're going to get, those are the two highlights from each section as far as the music and the gaming field. But, of course, before we get into the entire episode of 140, which is titled, Guess Who's Back? Make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. And before I finish my outro, we got to get into one of the things I like to do that's caught on for majority of the listeners because of them using my link tree to, you know, message me on my social medias. Basically, they like the section of the intro where I go over the specific music and games that's impacting the masses. And that is something I'm going to transition into now. So before we get into the outro, let's do that, because that is one of the more that's one of the things that stuck out the most for some people. So, of course, getting into the top 5 of the most impactful albums of 2024 currently, right? Number 1, no, I'm just playing. We're going to start at number 5. So number 5, the 5th most played album in the world, is Charli XCX Brat, coming in at around 56,000 units. She is from Atlantic, which is apparent. Is very it's very needed that I point that out because of what I'm about to get into in the episode. There's a lot that's happened in Atlantic. I'm here to break it all down, so I can't wait till we get to that. But that's the 5th most played album in the world, so congratulations to Charli XCX. The 4th most played album in the world, Chappelle Rowan, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess. Now, if that's not an album title, I don't know what is, but that sold around 62,000 units this week. And she is under, well, I don't know. I think it's a she. I don't know. In 2024, you got to be careful. So, yeah, this artist, Chappelle Rowan, is under Island UMG. So that is another UMG accomplishment in the books for 2024, because, of course, the 3rd most played album of all time is Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. I mean, one of maybe my favorite country musician at the time, basically because of me slowly but surely getting myself acclimated to the country culture. I've, of course, already listened to some of the hip hop and country infused projects. Shout out to Shabuzi. But as far as country specifically, I mean, Luke Combs or Luke Bryan. Which one of them? I think there's 2 Lukes that does country. And then there's Morgan Wallen, of course. Post Malone's about to put out his like F1 Trillion album that's, I think, like strictly country. So with that being said, Morgan Wallen has just been my favorite as far as putting out high quality country music. I mean, when I first listened to Last Night, which came out last year, I believe, I was like, hold up now, is this the same man that made Broadway Girls with Little Dirk? Instantly became a fan. And don't tell me how, don't ask me how that correlates. Just for me and my brain to be able to switch to having a rapper on your track, to be able to have a full country song like that, is like, okay, well, he can really make country, and then he can also dabble in other genres and still hold the same level of quality. So for me, that just stood out. So anyways, Morgan Wallen's probably currently my favorite country artist. So One Thing at a Time is the 3rd most played album in the world. And then the 2nd most played album in the world comes from, and surprisingly, comes from an indie artist, which is Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign with Vultures 2, because it's labeled and categorized as indie. So never before seen achievements from an indie artist, as he's officially labeled, with Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign's Vultures 2 being the 2nd most played album in the world. Talk about just being an icon for decades, right? Kanye West is doing the unthinkable when it comes to affecting the masses simply from his own marketing promotion, because there's no major label out here trying to back him up, which we'll get into in a second with Kanye's dispute with Atlantic because of Ty Dolla $ign being under Atlantic. But anyways, because if you don't know, it's a collaborative album from Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign. So what is the number one most played album in the world, you might ask? Well, let me just tell you, if you've been listening to the podcast for a long time, you already know, as the biggest gangster in the music industry is still at number one, as Taylor Swift's The Tortured Poets Department has garnered another 141,000 units, and it's been out since, how long has Taylor Swift's album been out? I mean, literally, she's still at number one. It's what, August 11th, 2024, and she did this album and put it out April 19th, 2024. I mean, that's just insane. And she's still number one. So if you're wondering why some of the more premier acts aren't dropping their albums, just look at Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is out here showcasing that she is the biggest gangster in the music industry. Because when it comes to numbers, when it comes to affecting the masses, when it comes to engagement of music, it's just really nobody coming close to Taylor Swift. So she has the number one most played album in the world. But of course, that's not all that people try to pinpoint as far as the music industry also has the charts for singles. And with the specific singles is a little different from albums, because these are the most played songs in the world. So of course, coming in at number 5. Oh, to wrap up the top 5 for albums though, the 5th most played album in the world is Charlie XCX Brat. Fourth most played album in the world is Chappelle Rowan, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess. The 3rd most played album in the world is Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. The 2nd most played album of all time is Kanye West. I keep saying all time. 2nd most played album of 2024 currently is Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign's Vultures 2. And then the most played album of 2024 currently is Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department. So switching gears into songs, number 5, we have Tommy Richmond showcasing that, hey, no matter the quality level of your music, you can still make it in this music industry. As $1 Million Baby has been on the charts for about 14 weeks and is still the 5th most played track in the world. And then we come in at number 4 with Sabrina Carpenter, the Taylor Swift's number one competitor when it comes to songs. Obviously the albums is not even close, but when it comes to songs and impacting the top 5 and top 10, Sabrina Carpenter is really out here just making multiple splashes, as she also has Please Please Please, which is the 9th most played song in the world. But sticking to the top 5, she also has Espresso, which is the 4th most played song in the world, and has been on the charts for a whopping 16 weeks. That's insane. So of course, number 3, some guy named Kendrick Lamar got some track, Not Like Us, been on the charts for about 13 weeks. Yeah, that's at number 3. I don't, like, who really cares about that? You know what I'm saying? Number 2, the 2nd most played track in the world comes from Post Malone and Morgan Wallen, with the interestingly enough titled I Had Some Help. Been on the charts for about 12 weeks and is the 2nd most played track in the world. And of course, coming in at number 1, and it's very, very pleasing to say this, because when I tell you this man is just getting all the flowers in the world, hopefully it continues, but it seems like this is the hopefully it's not, but it just seems like this is the epitome of keep putting your head down and working until the success comes. Because Shabuzi's been putting out music since, let me see, it's been a while since he's been putting out music. Shabuzi's been putting out music since 2014, and he just now is getting his just due in 2024, which is just a testament to always believe in yourself and keep getting better each day, and you never know what may happen. But guess what happened for Shabuzi in 2024? This man has the most played song in the world in the world. Like out of all the songs released in 2024, currently Shaboozey has the most played song in the world with a bar song, in parentheses, Tipsy. Been on the charts for about 16 weeks and it's still at number 1. That's insane. So anyways, that's it for the music side of things. So if you want me to wrap that up, top 5 songs impacting the masses for 2024 currently is Tommy Richmond's $1 Million Baby. Number 4 is Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. Number 3 is Not Like Us by some guy named Kendrick Lamar. Number 2 is I Had Some Help from the legendary, the iconic Post Malone and Morgan Wallen. And then number 1 is a bar song, Tipsy by Shaboozey, which that in itself is one of the best tracks I've heard in 2024. So I'm so glad to see an actual high quality track getting so much praise when it comes to engagement and people enjoying that specific song and album. Because if you don't know, shameless plug, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going is out now, which is the album by Shaboozey if you wanted to listen to it in full. But that's about only 37 minutes. So it's just a quick listen, but it's definitely a great album. So with that being said, there's something else I want to get into. Oh, yeah, transitioning into gaming. All my gamers out there, this is the top games impacting the masses and definitely in captivating people to come back time and time again. As the most played game, the top 5 most played games on Steam, so this is PC, is of course Counter-Strike 2 coming in at number 1. Well, let's just do it like we did music. Let's start from 5. So Apex Legends comes in at number 5 with a 24-hour peak of 257,000 people playing the game as far as currently. And then you have PUBG Battlegrounds coming in at number 4 with 6. Okay, I think they're doing it by players now because the 24-hour peak is technically higher than the next 2, but not higher than number 1. So I think it's doing it by players now because players now is 306,000 as far as people, well, currently playing the game, if you need me to explain that. But and then the third most played game on PC Steam is called Banana. Never really heard of this game, but hey, that's what people are playing. That's the third most played game in the world right now on Steam. So then you go into Dota 2, which is the second most played game in the world, with around 379,000 people playing that game, which made it take up the number 2 spot. And then the most played game on the Steam platform is unsurprisingly Counter-Strike 2. I mean, I don't think this game's ever going to get knocked off of its throne as far as being the most engaging and impactful game analytically when it comes to the Steam platform. So that game is at number 1 with around 800,000 people currently playing the game. Like, I know it's a huge drop off from 1 to 2, similar to Taylor Swift and the way that her album is running the charts right now. But yeah, that Counter-Strike 2 is not having any competition when it comes to being overtaken of on the best, like the most impactful game of 2024 currently. So as far as the top 5, you have Apex Legends at number 5 with 141,000 people playing. PUBG Battlegrounds with 306,000 people playing. You have Banana, which still don't know what that game is, and it's kind of my job, right? So Banana, it coming out of nowhere is just surprising to me. I haven't heard anybody talk about this game, so I'll definitely have to do my research on that game. But that comes in at number 3 at 337,000 people playing the game. Then you have Dota 2, which comes in at 379,000 people playing the game. And then, of course, number 1, the most impactful game as far as on Steam platform is Counter-Strike 2 with a whopping 792,000 people playing the game. So with that being said, let's switch platforms right quick and get into Xbox. As people say Xbox don't play no games, and boy, are they mistaken, because instead of all the sports and first-person shooter games taking the list, is actually a newcomer in the top 5 as far as bestsellers for Xbox, which surprisingly enough, Star Wars Bounty Hunter is at number 3 as far as the most played game on the Xbox platform. So that's very interesting, as I didn't think it would have this much buzz coming out the gate because of it being a remake, I believe, because it's more of just a remaster for the current up-to-date console. It's not like a whole new game, but it's still impacting the masses, taking the number 3 slot. Of course, number 1, as you guessed it, NCAA football, college football 25. It's the most played game on the Xbox platform. Number 2 is Grand Theft Auto Online. Number 3 is Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Number 4 is Rainbow Six Siege. And then number 5 is GTA once again as just a regular game. So people are playing online, people playing the story mode. GTA just keeps the cash flowing. Well, I might add, Rockstar just keeps the cash flowing. So those are the developers of GTA, if you didn't know. So anyways, that's the Xbox list as far as the top 5, going back over it, starting at number 5, going to 1. The regular GTA story mode, 5th most played game on Xbox. Rainbow Six Siege is the 4th most played game on Xbox. And then you have Star Wars Bounty Hunters, which is the 3rd most played game on Xbox. Grand Theft Auto Online, which is 2nd most played game currently. And then you have College Football 25, which is the most played game currently on the Xbox platform. So let's get into my Sony ponies. I know my Sony ponies out there are probably wondering, now, do we have the exact same list as Xbox? Well, as far as number 1, yes. But as far as the top 5, as far as the jokes being thrown towards Xbox gamers saying they don't play any games, well, this list is the epitome of I don't play any games, because it's just straight sports and FPS games. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's just whenever they try to jump into other fields as far as the gaming space and give their opinion, like they're not only playing 2K and Call of Duty, right? They come into Elden Ring and be like, the game's too hard. Well, maybe, just maybe, if you've already played games like that in the past, instead of playing 2K and Call of Duty, you may have been more acclimated to those type of genres. But, you know, hey, that's just me, right? Don't kill me. You know what I mean? Because From Software doesn't want to put a difficulty setting in their games. But, hey, that's besides the point. So, number 5. Number five, of course, is GTA 5. Funny enough, as that is the 5th most played game on the PlayStation platform. Then you have NBA 2K24, which is the 4th most played game on the PlayStation platform. Then you have Call of Duty, which is the 3rd most played game on the PlayStation platform. And it's interesting they have only Call of Duty, because I think it's like a bundle. I've said this in previous episodes, but I think it's like a bundle. So it's not just one Call of Duty game. So they're kind of skewing the numbers a little bit. Like, you know how Xbox platform had like GTA twice? They split the online and the story mode. Well, this one has just GTA on here. So I think they count both those numbers as far as the online story mode. So it's very interesting how Call of Duty is also just counting the numbers from all the Call of Duties combined into like a bundle, which I think it's cheating, if you ask me. And I think they should be at number 1 if they're going to do that. But of course they're not. But so they're at number 3, which is still great. I mean, the 3rd most played game on PlayStation. Like, wow, like that's, you know, such a disappointment. Like, you know what I mean? You get what you can take when you're so dominant on the charts, games wise. So of course, what's the other 2 slots for PlayStation gamers? Well, Fortnite. You knew Fortnite's name was going to come up, as that's the 2nd most played game on PlayStation. And then, of course, number 1, once again, is College Football 25. Boy, don't people love getting blown out by me and using my alma mater. You know what I'm saying? Like, the amount of plays I was running, I was like, this is like my career all over again. I keep forgetting that the controls are kind of similar to Madden. So even though I didn't play college football at all before I got there into Tennessee, you know, I kind of picked up on the audibles and things of that from like playing countless hours of my career on Madden. So I was like, hey, this is normal. I could just try this and do that. And then at the end of the day, blew somebody out 40 plus to like 13. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm just saying. So anyways, shout out to that guy who played me in that game, man. Bless his heart. So anyways, rounding up the top 5 for PlayStation. Of course, at number 5, GTA 5 came in. Number 4, NBA 2K24. Number 3, Call of Duty. Number 2, Fortnite. And then number 1, College Football 25. Y'all clap it up for that game, because EA knows they making a bag off of college football right now. Because let me tell you, one of the biggest things that EA knows how to do is micro transaction you to death. So if you don't think college football 26 is about to charge you for even making a my player, then you got another thing coming. So enjoy this 25 while it lasts, and while EA is being nice, because the next college football game, a lot of stuff that's in the game is about to be like, oh yeah, just pay this and then you can get this stat even faster, right? So you already know that's coming. But anyways, mobile. You know, I told my mobile gamers out there I would not neglect y'all. Well, I told y'all I would neglect y'all not anymore, right? Which is the craziest way to say that. But basically, I'm not neglecting y'all no more. So getting into the most popular games on the mobile side of things. Number one, which is a newcomer, I haven't seen this one before, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I don't know if they just changed the cover of the app, or if it's a whole new game, because I'm pretty sure Mobile Legends is always in the top 5, but I'm not specifically sure. Number two, we have Pokemon Go. People got to catch them on. People got to catch them all, and what better way to do that than to walk around with your cellular device throwing imaginary Pokemon balls and imaginary Pokemon. So I'm not mad at it, you know, whatever, you know, to each his own, right? But as far as Pokemon Go, just don't get ran over trying to catch that shiny. So anyways, the third most popular mobile game is Dragonair Silent Gods. This is definitely a new game. I haven't seen this one before in the top 5. Usually it's a similar top 5 every single time I do this roundup, but Dragonair Silent of the Gods is definitely a new one. So, you know, congratulations to them and whoever developed that mobile game, as that is emphatically impacting the masses. So then we move over to Roblox. Roblox is the fourth most played mobile game, and everybody and the mom knows about Roblox. And actually, it's interesting to see Roblox not higher on the Steam list as far as the top games, because you would think Roblox would be like Counter-Strike 2 as far as the dominance, because I hear about people playing Roblox all the time, and Counter-Strike 2 I believe is more of like a professional setting type of thing. Like a lot of people try to go pro in Counter-Strike, but as far as Roblox, I don't think there's anything like that. It's just people making their own. So I mean, people out here making sessions for promotion on the Roblox servers. So I would think it would be higher on the Steam list. So yeah, that's interesting. But anyways, as far as mobile, it's the fourth most played game. And of course, rounding off the top 5 is Warhammer 40,000 what is that? It's Tactitious. Oh wow, I can't read. It's Tactitious. I need help. Anyways, Warhammer 40,000 Tactitious is the fifth most played game as far as mobile. And to round off the top 5 mobile games, we have at number 5 Warhammer 40,000 Tactitious. Number 4 Roblox. Number 3 we have Dragonair Silent Gods. Number 2 Pokemon Go. Gotta catch them all. Just don't get hit by that bus trying to catch that shiny. And then number 1, as far as the biggest, most impactful game when it comes to the mobile platform, we have Mobile Legends Bang Bang. With that being said, of course, those are the music, respectively, the music and gaming side as far as like what's impacting the masses currently and what everybody is gravitating towards. And with that being said, let's get back into episode 140, which is of course titled Guess Who's Back. But before that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio and access my social medias and follow to keep up on my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And without further ado, let's get into the first topic, which of course is me talking about my favorite musician and how he's just been petty to the opposition. Drake is the Malcolm X of white people. And academics, make sure you post Gordo's first week sales, since Drake thought he did a thing with making him drop on the same day as me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the engineer, the producer for the most popular hip hop track of 2024. And why is he sending this tweet out, you might ask? Well, in the aftermath of the Drake and Kendrick beef, I think everybody in LA thought that it was actually a W for them as well. When in all actuality, the engineer, the producer, the mastermind behind the most popular track put out his own album. And you would think that the person that gave you the W as far as the biggest hip hop battle of all time would get at least some type of post, mention, video with you promoting his new album, right? Because if you look right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, DJ Mustard's Faith of a Mustard Seed album sold 18,000 units first week. And of course, DJ Mustard, being the gracious God that he is and the humble God that he is, said he was beyond grateful. Now, of course, that came way after all the other tweets of calling Drake the Malcolm X of white people, calling the Drake bots a part of the Nation of Drizlam, which, of course, is interesting when you look at it from a totality standpoint of you making the beat for the most popular hip hop track of 2024. But when you put out your own album, that specific artist doesn't give any type of attention or doesn't try to send any type of attention towards your album. Because in the aftermath of a Drake and Kendrick beef, you would think somebody of Kendrick's stature would probably boost the sales of the engineer behind his biggest track of 2024. So one of the biggest things I wanted to touch on with this whole debacle when it comes to the aftermath of the Drake and Kendrick beef is the after effects when it comes to clout, because a lot of people think that it was going to translate into actual album sales for themselves. But as you can see right here, it did not. Now, I like DJ Mustard, but somebody has to point out that Kendrick currently is putting up the biggest numbers in 2024 when it comes to specifically tracks and just content released in 2024. Because as a totality, I mean, everybody knows that Drake is still the GOAT. And if you don't know, objectively speaking, Drake is still number one as the top 10 most streamed rappers of July. It's still Drake, which is when the Not Like music video came out, the pop-out show happened, everybody on stage, crip walking, promoting themselves seemingly thinking it was going to raise their own stature. But in all that, at the end of the day, only two winners of this beef is the ones attached to the actual content produced in the hip hop track. So, in the hip hop beef. So DJ Mustard making so much revenue from the Not Like Us track, some would say that is all you need and all the attention you need as far as from your musical releases in 2024. But I beg to differ, because if I was a rapper and a engineer, a beat maker made such a phenomenal beat to the point where I was able to win the biggest hip hop beef of all time, if he put out a new album seemingly capitalizing off of the opportunity that he just created for himself, you would think the person attached to that, as a rapper myself, I would come, like in a hypothetical situation, as a rapper, I would come out to promote it. I would come out to give new tracks, new verses on his album, and basically shine a light just to show my appreciation for his contribution to me winning the overall battle. But of course that didn't happen. So anyways, with Kendrick and him leaving his friends out to dry, out to basically deal with the ramifications of even showing themselves on the Pop Out show, Sir and Schoolboy Q recently had their Canada shows canceled. And it wasn't canceled in a way of, oh, we're going to give you like a week's worth of notice. Basically, in Schoolboy Q's situation, they was on the plane when they was told and made aware of the situation that they could not perform in Canada. Why? Only time will tell why that happened. I wonder if them being on stage while the pedophile anthem was blasting through the speakers, I wonder if that had anything to do with it. But, that's just me, right? Because in putting this in perspective, I mean, facing backlash when you haven't even received the proper revenue or income from the Not Like Us, because who gets that? I mean, Kendrick and anybody a part of that track. So when you think he's doing you a solid of having you come out on the Pop Out show and showcase your talent, and then it comes to you capitalizing off of that opportunity, and then the ultimate realization of this is not, in retrospect, this is not coming back to me as far as boosting my career, you kind of wonder to yourself, why did I show up on that stage in the first place? The cancellation of the shows in Canada is not the only thing that's the aftermath of this beef, because of course they also had a lot of different responses that they sent out as far as letting people know, as Sir came out and said, which is part of TDE if you didn't know, which is basically the label that Kendrick was the flagship, the mascot for, but the actual label is ran by President Punch and President Punch. And so with TDE Punch and his respective artists also thinking they was going to capitalize off of it, they quickly realized the ramification and the effects of even supporting Kendrick's victory lap in this hip hop beef. So Sir came out and said, for those wondering, we sold that show out, but it was canceled by the venue. Not sure why. My apologies again to those who came out to see me. And of course, Schoolboy Q, who also had his show canceled, capitalized off of this by saying a joke, basically saying, ha ha ha, take your expletive home, boy. Sing on the bus, it's over with. And then of course, he's making jokes of the situation when they actually are pretty upset over this, because if you don't know, Canada is a pretty significant market to promote yourself in, especially when it comes to performance wise, because for artists, that's how you make most of your money back on your front that you get from a major label is touring. Most of the money is made from touring. It's really not from putting out music. If you didn't know that, well, now you know, as Sir responded to that tweet from Schoolboy Q clowning the announcement, and he said, he said, laugh a face emoji, they don't like us, play off of Not Like Us. But those are some of the things from the aftermath of this Drake and Kendrick beef. I think it's going to come to a head to when Kendrick inevitably puts out his album, sells the most in his first week and for the rest of the year for whenever he puts out his album, and the people on TDE, because if you don't know, Kendrick's not a part of TDE anymore. He made his own label, PG Lane, which he also has Baby Keem on. So that's his focus. So whenever he comes out, sells a lot with his respective album, which is rumored to be heavy LA infused beats and trap elements, as it's going to be more of a, not a party album, but it's just going to be more LA centric as far as the album. Is he going to have the people from the Pop Out show on his album? That is what I am curious on, because it seems like he is only in this for himself, when in all actuality, the whole promotion of Not Like Us was bringing LA together. But we haven't seen Kendrick since. It's like the hood avatar from RDC World. When the world needed him most, he vanished. When Schoolboy Q was putting out his new album, trying to capitalize off of helping Kendrick in the beef, Kendrick didn't post his album once, didn't mention it, didn't shine a light on it, didn't even give him a verse. Schoolboy Q, Sir's out here getting their respective shows in Canada canceled, and where is Kendrick to be found? Kendrick is basically thumbing through the multiple millions that he made off of releasing one of the biggest hip hop diss track of all time. So I think when you're quantifying the aftermath of Drake and Kendrick, you realize that there's only two winners. There's Drake, because of course he's always going to be number one. I mean, in the month of everybody thinking Drake fell off, they're still streaming his music. As you can see right here, he's still the most streamed rapper of 2024, but specifically I had July up because I think that was the time where everybody was like, oh, Kendrick's just completely dominating Drake, because they was only posting the sales of Not Like Us. Because if you don't know, Kendrick currently has better numbers than Drake when it comes to 2024 release content. So Not Like Us is the third most played track in the world, 13 weeks on the charts. Like That, been on the charts for about 19 weeks. Technically is a Metro Boomin track in Future, but Kendrick Lamar is a feature, and that probably has something to do with it as far as the longevity on the charts. It's the 18th most played track in the world, been on the charts for about 19 weeks. And then you have Euphoria, which is also a playoff of the biggest hip hop beef of all time, and that is the 79th most played track in the world currently, and been on the charts for about 14 weeks. Now Drake, if you wanted to compare it, has a whopping one track in the top 100 on Billboard with Sexy Red, You My Everything, that's been on the charts for about 10 weeks and is the 80th most played track in the world. Now you're probably asking yourself, how could Drake have these numbers in Spotify in July, being top tier, number one when it comes to most streams, but he only has one track charting in the top 100? That is when the discography comes into play. People would rather listen to Drake than any other rapper. So if you're streaming Drake's old music more than somebody's newer music, then you're still going to be number one on these respective charts when it comes to overall streams, especially in the month of July. So that is why I'm saying the whole Drake's over, Kendrick demolished him is, objectively speaking, false. Drake is still number one. It's going to be number one for a while. And there's a reason why Kendrick, The Weeknd, Metro, A$AP Rocky, Pharrell Williams, who, if you don't know, took a shot at Drake on the Despicable Me soundtrack. I mean, talk about the Avengers trying to team up to take out the man on top. If people can't see what's actually happening in the downfall of Drake, I forget how Kanye put it, but he was like, we was all excited for I forget what he said. Kanye said the most egregious sentiments possible. He was like, yeah, we was all gathering around excited for the downfall of Drake. I was like, what world is this man living in? And for me, I always state objective facts, even though I'm a huge Drake fan, so I never hide that fact. I mean, I may be a little biased when it comes to the quality level of the TDE camp, but I've always said that Kendrick is the best rapper of the modern generation. So whenever this battle happened, obviously I was rooting for Drake, but he ended up getting completely annihilated. I mean, just straight up verbally mutilated when it came to the back and forth with Kendrick. But in the aftermath of everything, with people who are showing up and supporting the track, being in the music videos, getting the shows canceled in Toronto, and people linking it to the Drake and Kendrick beef, you come to wonder why they even supported Kendrick in the first place. Because if he's going to benefit from all the engagement to the Not Like Us track and the Euphoria track, and then you're out here thinking you're promoting yourself only to capitalize off of it and bringing it full circle, DJ Mustard trying to capitalize off of it being the main producer of the beat of the best hip-hop beef, well, statistically wise, the most popular hip-hop beef track of all time. You would think he would sell more than this, than 18,000 first week, which is definitely great if you're an independent artist. But as far as an engineer who had Travis Scott, I mean, if you go to the album, it's not like DJ Mustard didn't have the names on there. Like, he had everybody and the mom popping out for his latest album. He had Kirk Franklin popping up. He had Schoolboy Q, Vince Staples, shout out to LA. He had Quavo on it, Travis Scott, Ty Dolla $ign, Blast, A Boogie, Roddy Ricch, Ty Dolla $ign again, Future, Charlie Wilson, for crying out loud, LMA, Kodak Black, Young Thug, Lil Durk, and guess who was missing from that star-studded list of features? The man that he gave his most impactful beat for his career. The man who gave you your beat to win the hip-hop beef battle. And you couldn't even show up for a verse. You couldn't even post nothing on your IG story, your post, your Twitter story, your post. And I know a lot of people be like, oh, Kendrick stays off the internet. Well, my brother, you was not staying off the internet when you was promoting Not Like Us. And the least you could do is to show some sort of gratitude for the person who was at least halfway responsible for your biggest track of all time. So that is why that's why I wanted to highlight the aftermath of the beef, because I think a lot of people get it confused on how it's affecting and uniting LA. It's really only beneficial for the people attached to the beef tracks. And guess who's majority-wise connected to the beef tracks? Kendrick. So anyways, in the aftermath of Drake and Kendrick to round this off, to end this off, Drake released 100 gigabytes worth of content, which of course was there was an attempt by UMG, which is Universal Music Group, the biggest label in the music industry. They tried to take certain copyright actions and copyright striking certain content on Drake's website for the simple fact that he released new songs with Lotto, 21 Savage. I mean, he released another song that was more of a, I think it was like a reggaeton or a house vibe. But basically, he released all type of new content, behind the scenes footage of like Over My Dead Body, behind the scenes footage of his show, just a whole bunch of free content released. And it was a great marketing strategy for getting the spotlight off of the whole Drake's falling off, right? It's just showing people why in the world, why would y'all think I'm falling off while I'm still on top? And let me just show you some of the work that went into some of the classic material that you've been playing since you've been in like junior high. So yeah, Universal Music Group did not like that at all. And they tried to copyright strike it, but I think it's still up. But there was even a post, I think I have it up here. Yeah, it's right here from Elliot Wilson. Shout out to Elliot Wilson. But yeah, it was even a post as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, as you can see from the IG account that basically released all the Drake content, we don't know who released it, right? Like who would have released all this content specifically focused on Drake? I mean, I don't think we need Daphne to figure this one out. But so with Drake using this random IG account to put out all this content, UMG was like, you know what, we're going to strike some of it. So on August 6th at 9:42 a.m., UMG copyright strikes some of the content on this. And basically, as you can see right here, it says the rights holder is Universal Music Group. And that's why your content has been restricted. Access to your content has been restricted based on a report from a third party. I wonder who the third party was. That the content violates their music rights. Now, obviously the music's still going to be up because Universal don't want to get on Drake's bad side, because if you're trying to copyright strike somebody who's been a pivotal player in the rise of your music label success, like of course Universal Music Group could technically do without Drake. I mean, they have Taylor Swift, Post Malone, Ed Sheeran. I mean, they have the 1% of the 1% all signed to Universal Music Group, which is why they act the way they act the way they do when it comes to certain negotiation tactics towards a TikTok, towards a Spotify, Apple Music, etc. Because if they don't get a certain bag, they could just always say, hey, I mean, if you don't want to pay us this much, no problem. We can just take away our artists. And by the way, if you're not familiar, I mean, we have Taylor Swift, Drake, Post Malone, and we'll just take those off and, we just go our separate way. And guess what? Everybody and the mom is like, no, let's get this deal done, which is why Universal Music Group will forever be number one in inevitably and unequivocally the big bad of the music industry. So with Drake getting his own stuff taken down, copyright stricken, you realize that the UMG is still the boss. Lucian Grainge is still the boss when it comes to Drake's content. You can't just release millions of free content and I think we're going to step in. So that's the aftermath of this. I think the actions it's very interesting from UMG, because if you really think about it, Drake and UMG seemingly have a great relationship. So I don't think this is going to be a big deal, but it is interesting to see Drake's tactics when releasing content in spite of being under contract by UMG. It is very interesting tactics that he's going through to put out music for free to the people. It's admirable, but at the same time, from UMG's perspective, it's straight up breaking the contract. And there's really not too much you can say, because once again, Drake's a major player in UMG's negotiation talks. So they're probably gonna get him a light tap on the wrist and tell him to stop leaking music through Kaizenat and stop leaking music through random IG accounts, and actually uphold your end of the contract and put out music officially through DSPs, because that's how Universal makes their return on investment. And I know Yachty came out, he was like, "Oh, I'm the one who gave the track to Kaizenat." All right, my brother, way to take the bullet for Drake. But we all know who has the last say when it comes to, oh, I'm thinking about sending an unreleased track to Kaizenat. What do you think about it, Drake? Like, imagine if Drake said no. Guess what? The Kaizenat leak is never happening. So at the end of the day, UMG's just got to find a certain way to get Drake to officially put out music so they can get their return on investment. But with Drake still having dominance over the chart sales and just engagement from, just being the top most listened to rapper in 2024 still, with none of his current music on the charts, it's a testament to why UMG is so hesitant to just go full out and just take down the whole IG account. Because if you look up this IG account, all the content is still up there, and it's going to take content creators a while to see what they want to do with that content, because it's free content. Literally, somebody can make their own documentary. I don't know if y'all ever heard of the YouTube channel called What's the Dirt, but if one of those type of content creators puts the effort in and the time in to put together a whole Drake documentary using those free content releases from Drake through this Instagram account, best believe me, UMG will get involved, because that would be taking food and money off the table that they otherwise would have had. So yeah, I don't want to drag this on too long. I could always talk about the Drake and Kendrick beef. People enjoy when I do, so I always try to bring some new information that you might have not heard. So with that being said, hopefully you enjoy me breaking down some of the aftermath tidbits that you may have otherwise not known. So with that being said, I think I covered everything. So, and then Scheme was the last thing. Yeah, Scheme had a show in Canada, so he actually was able to get to Toronto and perform. If you don't know, that was the producer for the late great XXX Tentacion, which has interesting ties when it comes to him and the Drake beef. So with Scheme, of course, he's gonna play the Not Like Us in Toronto and video it, and then basically that's what this is right here. Is him showcasing how he's playing Not Like Us in Toronto, and you can see they kind of turning up to it. He didn't get the Rick Ross treatment whenever he tried to play Not Like Us in Toronto, but basically, as you can see, they vibing to it. He videoed it, he put it out, and the next time he tries to come to Canada, it may be a little hard to get on stage. But that's besides the point. So anyways, at the end of the day, the Drake and Kendrick beef aftermath is forever ongoing, and I think it's gonna come to a head when they realize how much Kendrick has benefited from this, off of saying that he's uniting and promoting the LA artists, and they're gonna hold some sort of resentment for even showing up on that stage. Because guess what? As you can see right here, with the producer of Not Like Us selling 18,000 units first week, it's not really translating into more album sales for the respective artists who thought Kendrick was promoting them. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this overall aftermath of just the Drake and Kendrick beef? What do you think about Schoolboy Q and Sir getting their concerts canceled in Toronto? What do you think about Mustard, the beat maker for Not Like Us, selling as little as he did? along with Kendrick not even promoting the album or his album once or giving him a feature, nothing. What do you think about that? And what do you think is the biggest takeaway from the aftermath of Drake versus Kendrick?
Delaware, I got Mr. Porter here.
My eye.
And we got a special treat for y'all tonight. Tonight, we decided...
Hold on, fix your head. Go.
Tonight, we decided to do all the shows. I mean...
One show.
One show.
Tonight.
We decided tonight to do the show in accents.
This one.
Yes.
Go.
So, special treat for you tonight. Go. What do you want? You wanted accents? We give you the accents. You want it? Whatever you want. Whatever you want, we give it to you. You like it? You like it, then make it nice. I'll make it nice for you.
Now, that was Eminem giving his impression of just, it was a horrible impression of you know, the accent that he was trying to mimic, because I'm not going to lie to you. One of the things about Eminem is that it's definitely acquired taste. And by acquired taste, I mean getting through an Eminem album has to be some type of achievement when it comes to music consumers, because the amount of double, triple entendres, the cadence, flows, everything that captures an Eminem album is just top tier when it comes to lyrical enhancement. Now, with that being said, of course, the latest album that he put out, The Death of Slim Shady, even though he is the second, y'all know who number one is. Like, come on now, don't make me have to say his name. But the second most popular hip hop rapper of all time, Eminem, putting out a new album, safe to say, is going to make waves. So July 12th, 2024, Eminem put out The Death of Slim Shady, about an hour and 4 minutes of worth of content. And I have to say, I actually enjoyed the track. But of course, before I get into more of my personal sentiments of the album, let's get into the actual sales, because what is analytics without being analyzed, right? Because The Death of Slim Shady debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200, earning 281,000 units in its first week. This marks Eminem's 11th career Billboard 200 number 1, tying him with Bruce Springsteen, Barbara, I don't know who that is, Ye, as far as the 5th most number 1s in history. Safe to say, longevity is not even the word when it comes to trying to summarize Eminem's career. Like, that's definitely underselling it as far as just sticking with longevity standpoint. So let's just talk about Eminem being a hip hop icon to the point where, you know how in the NBA you get to a certain status in the game and they give you a statue. I don't know who's running Detroit, but some type of Eminem statue needs to be as soon as you enter the airport and as soon as you leave the airport. That's how impactful Eminem has been to the hip hop community and especially to Detroit. So with that being said, all of the 16 tracks from the album charted when the album initially came out. Now, currently in August 11th, one of the biggest things to stand out from Eminem is that, well, some of the biggest tracks to stand out from the album is, of course, Houdini, which is still the most successful track analytically off of the album, which is Houdini, been on the charts for about 9 weeks and is still the 19th most played track in the world. It peaked at number 2, so I got close to that number 1, but close, but no cigar, right? Which I don't even know what that phrase means. But anyways, the second most popular track off of the album was Toby, the track with Big Sean and who is this? Big Sean and Baby Tron. That's been on the charts for about 5 weeks, peaked at number 24, but is currently the 84th most played track in the world. And then to round off the third most successful, analytically speaking, the third most successful track from the album is, of course, the Eminem and Jelly Roll track titled Somebody Save Me, which we're just going to act like Jelly Roll is just a normal name, and we're just going to continue with our sales coverage. But safe to say, personally, I think Jelly Roll is a ridiculous name, but it's whatever. So having this amount of success in 2024, when you've been putting out music, impacting the masses since 2005, is a LeBron-esque type of run that needs to be, is commemorated the right word? I think I said that right. Needs to be highlighted, and the flowers needs to be in abundance. No Diddy, as Eminem really is just the epitome of high quality, high volume music matching together, coming together, and have a symbiotic type of relationship, because the quality level, the consistency from Eminem, as we've seen for some of our greats in the hip hop scene, is not as easy to maintain. As we see right now with Kanye, is analytically speaking putting up numbers on the charts, as he still has the second most played album in the world, and it's not even Vultures 1, it's Vultures 2 that he just recently put out. It's the second most played album in the world, which is debuted stats technically because it just came out, so it's a little skewed, but still, I mean, to come out, be independent, and to put out a new album, no promotion, and still have the second most, and debut as the second most played album in the world, is an accomplishment in itself. So with Eminem basically mimicking that type of success on the charts, but also, which is me personally, I think this is more important. It's also containing high quality content from one of our premier mascots when it comes to the hip hop legacy. So anyways, Eminem now also has he has specifically 112 career entries on the Billboard Hot 100, making him the 19th act to surpass 100 songs on the charts. And then of these 112 entries, 63 of them has reached the top 40, placing him 8th on the list of artists with the most top 40 hits. Talk about an icon in this industry. Like, there's really not too much praise that's enough to give to Eminem, because as you've seen with the newer crop of artists, you come and you go. Nowadays, a rapper, a singer has the career span of a NFL running back, 3 to 4 years, and then after that, people just forget you ever existed. So for Eminem to be competing with the modern day acts, the modern day GOATs, a Drake, a Kendrick, a Tyler the Creator, a Nicki, it's just insane to see this level of consistency attached to high quality music. So anyways, that's why I started this off saying that Eminem is an acquired taste, because safe to say, I acquired it. You know, after listening to Eminem a certain amount, you kind of realize what you're going to get from him is not going to change. So you listen to it and you recognize it's high quality rapping. It's just the way that the beats is structured, the BPMs is it's a unique type of vibe that you get from an Eminem album that's not exactly fitting for every single scenario, right? Like I don't remember ever being with the homies heading to a spot and them being like, let's play that new Eminem. You know what I mean? Riding in the car, you know what I mean? Y'all trying to bump something hard, right? Y'all trying to bump something and just get the vibes right before you go into the spot. Never, ever have I heard play that Eminem, or that Eminem's never popped up when we thinking of what to play to set the vibe. So anyways, this is just a testament to him having just a whole nother demographic that he can tap into. As I mean, he was, before Drake came, Eminem was the most popular hip hop rapper of all time. So it's only right we point out his influence when it comes to pushing the genre forward. So anyways, let's get into my personal review. For Eminem's album, I'm not going to give a total personal review, like, as far as like track by track. I'm not going to do that because, safe to say, Eminem is an acquired taste. I'm gonna keep saying that because he definitely is. But for me personally, I really like the track Fuel with Eminem JID. I like the Bad One track with Eminem and White Gold. As far as my favorites, I enjoyed the entire album. I think this is very much a start to finish type of album. If you skip around in the album, you probably won't like it if you skip around it. It's telling a story throughout that album, and it's not one of those, oh, you gotta listen to it from start to finish, but then you listen to it from start to finish and it sound like a playlist like most of these mediocre rappers out nowadays. Eminem actually has a whole entire story that goes from start to finish, and actually, if you play it from the end to beginning, the story is reversed and still makes sense. So it's like it's a whole play off of the Slim Shady character that he portrayed at a certain span in his career that led to so many opportunities career-wise, and then he had a turn. And then at this point, he's been in the game so long, he can reflect on both of those, and he does that in such a masterful way that it ended up being one of my most enjoyable listens to an album of 2024. So that's why I say, as far as going track by track, I don't want to do, because that'll be like spoiling the story a little bit, and it's kind of like a movie. Like, you don't want to talk about the movie if somebody hasn't heard it yet. So I'll just give you my standouts specifically, which of course is Fuel by Eminem and JID. I think that's some of the best. What Eminem and JID did on Fuel reminds me of what Big Sean and Kendrick did on Holy Key. The high level bars, execution, and overall mastery on display that was shown on this track reminds me of Holy Key by Big Sean and Kendrick. It's not too many tracks where there's two rappers who are really, really getting into it when it comes to lyricism and giving you double, triple entendres that could mean a plethora of things. Last time I even heard, Gods did technically had that from Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, and Rick Ross. But this is no disrespect to Rick Ross, but as a totality standpoint, this is a higher quality track than Gods did, because everybody knows Jay-Z went off for like 3-4 minutes, like to the point where, I mean, the track was basically his. He went so long, he basically was like, this is gotta be my track. Like, I don't care if you gotta loop the beat, I'm going off for verse 1, verse 2, and I'm gonna keep going till y'all just give me the crown of the best verse on Gods did. So it's more of a Jay-Z lyrical performance, but also Lil Wayne and Rick Ross held their weight, which is why I even bring it up in the conversation of lyricism at its highest state. And it's one of the best rapping tracks I've ever heard in life. So with Fuel, it brought me back to that as two rappers who are displaying a masterclass on how to rap. It's as simple as that. And then, of course, my other favorite was Bad One with Eminem and White Gold. That was more of a standout to me simply for the fact that Eminem did what Jay-Z did earlier in his career, where if you're a lyricist, sometimes it's hard to come up with certain melodies for the beat and figure out the right sonic that you want to be pleasing to the audience. So whenever you get a person who can easily create those melodies, you can strictly focus on being a lyricist. That's why I think Bad One is such a great combination of Eminem lyricism and White Gold melody as far as chorus wise. So that's why it's my second favorite. And as far as my third favorite, I mean, I really have to go back to Houdini, because I really like the way that he set the tone for the album, with this being his single for the album. Because all the other tracks is more of playing off of the story, so it's kind of hard to get into that without spoiling it. But anyways, that's what I think about the Eminem album. Is really masterful. It's really a great display of lyricism. But as far as the vibes, the beats, I mean, it's acquired taste, like I keep saying. Like, it's one of those to where you're listening for the lyrics and you end up staying for the entire story, because the lyrics is one thing, because you could be talking about whatever you want to talk about. But when it's a conceptual album and you stick with that theme throughout the entire album and make it all make sense, you realize that this man put another level of dedication into an entire body of work, which is something to commemorate and highlight, because a lot of rappers nowadays just give half efforts to putting together projects to give to their fans. So there's a reason why Eminem's been around so long in this hip hop game. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about the death of Slim Shady debuting at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 albums, selling 281,000 units in his first week? And with that being said, if you've listened to the Eminem album, The Death of Slim Shady, what was your favorite track? The downfall of Kanye West mentally has to be studied. So many different things that's been happening in the current saga of Kanye West. But one of the biggest things to note is that even with his mental struggles and what he's going through, not to make him a victim, but to just blatantly put on front and put on display that this man is actively going through something mentally. I mean, it's just as obvious as day. So when you recognize that fact, and then when you come over to the music side of things, and he puts out an album, which is Vultures 2, as an independent artist, no promotion, and it debuts as the second most listened to album in the world, of course, coming short to Taylor Swift, selling about 82,000 units first week, you come to realize that Kanye West musically is still well consumed when it comes to the musical charts. But mentally, it's one of the biggest things I wanted to focus on, as, a lot of people who were close to Ye are coming out and saying a lot of disturbing things from actions that we've seen in the past have effect on our icons. One of them that stood out to me was, and the person I'm talking about that said all of this was Milo, which, if you don't know, Milo's been like the second-hand man, the right-hand man of Kanye West. And he basically came out and said that, and he named the doctor, right? I'm not going to say his name because some of the things he alleged and put on the doctor was insane. But he named the doctor and came out and said that the doctor is a dangerous predator who targets African-American celebrities. And then he talked about getting the doctor, right? Getting Ye hooked on nitrous, which is laughing gas. And the objective was to diminish Ye's mental faculties so that the doctor and his business associates could extract millions of dollars from him. Now, this is all from Milo, so he could be lying, right? Except we actually have video proof of Ye on nitrous, which is not like, that means everything Milo is saying is right. But I think we may have to, how they tell you to take certain things with a grain of salt. We may have to lessen the dose on the salt, because what he's saying may actually be fully true.
Ryan Garcia, this Ye, I'm on the nitrous.
So him just saying Ryan Garcia, him just saying he's on the nitrous is disturbing in itself. And one of the things I would compare this to is the unfortunate passing of Michael Jackson, which came out to be his doctor prescribing him certain things simply for the fact that it's Michael Jackson. He can pay for it and give certain money to his doctor to do so. So when it comes to this situation, the way that they're talking about it and the way that his right-hand man is basically displaying an unease of basically expressing his concern for Kanye, and also saying that Kanye's things has been plunged by the people on his team, leading to the loss of irreplaceable things such as Ye's Grammys, personal effects from the births of his children, and even his mother's death certificate. This is all coming from Kanye's former chief of staff. So it's like, if you're going to fire me, well, then I'm just going to release all the secrets I know. So that's why I'm like, we may not have to say this man is, we may not have to be like, oh, we can just completely throw away and discredit what this man is saying. Because usually when people get fired and they've been around certain things for a while, they may have some actual truths. Not saying it's all truth, but they may have some actual things to showcase to the public that we otherwise wouldn't have ever known. So that's why if any of this is true, especially the nitrous situation, it's very concerning. So that's why when his current chief of staff comes out and puts out this statement saying that, oh, Ye is the happiest and healthiest he's ever been in a long time, and taking a break from social media, and toxic people who used and abused him are out of the picture, it's hard to see what is what and who's telling the truth. But from Kanye's actions, from the way he's been portraying himself, we can, from an outsider perspective and from an insider perspective, say that there's stuff going on that's very concerning for Kanye West. So that being said, it's just really just looking out for one of the greatest people to ever touch a mic and touch a mixing board, one of the greatest ever. It's just one of those to where you really have to show some type of concern for these artists, because I've seen it with Juice WRLD, with XXXTentacion. I mean, there's actual signs that leads up to this type of stuff, and acknowledging it is the first thing, and fans not condoning the actions is the second. So anyways, that's why I talked about the Vultures 2 sales, because no matter what you want to say, Kanye feels validated through everybody coming out and listening to his project with no marketing budget, no marketing promotion whatsoever, and it's still being the second most played track in the world currently. So, of course, as far as the album specifically, Vultures 2 features collaborations from Kodak Black, Playboy Cardi, Future, Wayne. Lil Wayne was interesting to see on the album. That's another point. Young Thug, Future, Lil Durk, Lil Baby. Did I say Designer? I thought he kicked that man to the curb. I swear I didn't hear Designer on Sky City. But I skipped a lot of these tracks because simply put, I think Kanye West put a lot of references on this album and called it a finished product. 530 is one of the best tracks I've heard in 2024 until you get to the second half of it, where he's literally just mumbling the flows and cadence that he wants for the track. I'm like, what in the world happened to my GOAT? I've always said that Kanye is the best musician to ever hop into hip hop. Simply for the fact that, you know how good you have to be as an engineer, as a producer, to convince the likes of a Jay-Z that you can actually get in the booth and start spitting along with him. The amount of beats you make for these popular musicians is enough to say that you're one of the greats. But then to cultivate your own album with you rapping, like y'all ever heard of what's his name? Pierre Bourne. I think he was rapping over his own beats. Hit Boy, I don't think he's ever tried to rap over his own beats. I think he tried once with Nas, but I think it was like a joke. Who else raps over their own beats? It's really not too many to name, but that's the point. Engineers, famous engineers in the game, don't rap over their own beats. It's like if Dr. Dre put out an album and was rapping, like nobody was trying to hear Dr. Dre rap. People was just trying to hear his 808s and hi-hats and the sounds he put together for Eazy-E, Ice Cube, and NWA, right? So when Kanye was able to efficiently and effectively pull that off, releasing the greatest hip-hop trilogy of all time, it just cemented him as an all-time great. And I can just go down the line of what makes Kanye an all-time great, but I just really wanted to focus on that because that is why people come out time and time again when he puts out a project, because you know at the very least the beats are going to be phenomenal. But now I think if he would have had this type of rapping quality back when he started, they wouldn't have let him hit the booth. Like, he's really, really underperforming when it comes to verses and the execution of putting words together. It's really what's the word? It's basically a disservice. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. It's a disservice to the amount of high quality beats that are on this album. So anyways, that's my review of the album. It's not really too much to get into. It's basically unfinished. So that's my review. That's what my review is going to be. It's unfinished, and until he finishes the album, because of course he's updating it every 2 seconds, which is why I've said in the past, if you listen to the podcast for a while, you've already heard me say, purchasing physical copies is not something I do often, but Kanye is one of those artists where if you really want to have the OG version, you may have to just purchase it and then download it, because of course he's going to change it every 2 weeks or every 2 days. And then because it's DSPs, you have the OG file completely taken away, to where if you didn't download it, if you didn't purchase it, now it's gone forever. Which is the argument for why streaming platforms charge as little as they do, because they tell major labels, well, technically they don't own it, so that's why they don't charge them XYZ. Because it's like if you walked into, like a Best Buy, right? And all you had to pay was a subscription, and then all the content in there you could just watch as you please. It's basically what Spotify, what Apple Music, all these other streaming DSP platforms are, and why artists get so upset when people talk about splits in revenue, because they realize how much they're losing out on streaming platforms. But the only reason DSPs even came about was because of the piracy back in the physical copy days. So when the streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple Music said they could have more of a security layer over piracy, or even negate piracy by making it easier to access your music, that's how the popularity of the DSPs came about. So after that, we're getting back into the old days of people still pirating music, hitting a certain stature and pirating music. I mean, even with movies and TV shows, I mean, there's links out there to where you can get the latest movie at your home. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give you the link because then I have FBI in my door. But let's just say I may have saw Mario from the comfort of my house. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. You know what I'm saying? I don't even, hey, what I just said, it's just podcast stuff. And we just talking, right? So anyways, that's why the whole streaming has never been a great thing for the entertainment field, and why you see so many lawsuits and people pulling out in the Scarlett Johansson lawsuit for Disney Plus, which she won, by the way. It's very tricky when you get into that territory. So anyways, why did I say all that? I say all that to say this. Kanye West and his music is always going to be consumed at a high rate, but as far as his mental status, I think his fans should put more emphasis on him working on that, so that we can get not the old Ye, because that sounds crazy, but that we can get a more stable Ye back, because he put out some Candace Owen interview that they did back in 2022 where he was saying some of the wildest things imaginable, and that should tell you something if it's referring to Kanye. So anyways, Kanye obviously didn't really care too much for this Vultures 2 album, because he didn't even finish most of the verses on these tracks. But as far as the beats, it's phenomenal. As far as the features, they did their thing. And as far as Ty Dolla $ign, you know, of course, he always shows up. So I would give this a project an unfinished 3 out of 10, because I don't care what type of quality, high quality beats you have on the album. If you think you're going to mumble for a whole entire second half of the track and think I'm going to rate this anything more than a 5, then, hey, got another thing coming, because people are actually out here trying to put together words and rap at a high level, and here you are mumbling over tracks. So that's just not it. So anyways, with that being said, I mean, of course, Kanye still has the second most played album in the world. As far as charts, he's not tracking any of the tracks from Vultures 2 on the top 100. So safe to say Vultures 2 will probably have a significant drop off, since everybody's already past that first listen. But like I said, the mental aspect of Kanye West, I think, needs to be the focal point for the foreseeable future. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kanye West and his mental status? And if you've listened to Vultures 2, what is your favorite track from that album? And do you think it's a good album? One of the biggest events and game changers just happened in the hip hop music industry. Julie Greenwald announced her resignation as COO of Atlantic Records and CEO/chairman of Atlantic Music Group on August 6, 2024. Now, who's set to be the next up in line for those titles? Of course, none other than Elliot Grainge, which, if you don't know, is the son of the most powerful man in the music industry, Lucian Grainge. Who, if you don't know, Lucian Grainge is the CEO of Universal Music Group and the most powerful man in music, bar none. So his son, already having his successful label where he had the likes of 6ix9ine, Trippie Redd, and he has somebody else, I forget. But anyways, now has promoted himself to the CEO of Atlantic Music Group, and has effectively created a monopoly. Like, I think what they just pulled off, in all intents and purposes, should be illegal, because now they have a monopoly over the music landscape. I mean, if y'all don't know the percentages when it comes to Universal Music Group alone, is 57% of the entire 100% of the music landscape. So music market share, Universal Music Group has 57%. Guess who's next on that list? Warner. Guess who just had his upgrade situation to Warner? The son of the son of the guy who's already the CEO of the most powerful label in the world. So now your son is on Warner, that has a 15% market share of the music landscape. So that's a whopping 76% managed by Lucian Grainge and his son, Elliot Grainge. If that's not a monopoly, I don't know what is, man. Like, sometimes I think people point this out and they came out with reports like, oh, technically they only own 37.6% because he's part of Atlantic. But let me tell you something. If Universal Music Group and Warner Music Group both is CEO'd by the Grainges, music is about to take an interesting turn, because no telling what the long-term plans are from these respective people. Elliot Grainge, to be fair, was the founder and CEO of 10K Projects and had success to where his taking over of Atlantic Music Group made some sort of sense. It wasn't like he just came out of the blue, which you really can't come out of the blue in the music industry, because there's a lot of older people who've been waiting to get that position. So you had to get some type of credentials before you could even get on that main stage. So since he completed his his test run with 10K Projects, they've now, specifically talking about Warner, they've now went into a different direction, having Julie Greenwald, who's been there since, if you're looking at the Analytic Dreamz video version on Spotify, I basically have her first post up right here, as far as from Atlantic Records, and this was from like 176 weeks ago. But basically, the biggest thing I wanted to touch on was that she's been a pivotal player in Atlantic Music Group, and has definitely had so much passion for developing new artists for the Atlantic. And now that she's resigning, quote unquote, and she's expressing confident Elliot Grainge leadership. It's very spooky times we live in, because what's gonna happen to the artists under 10K? I mean, 6ix9ine Trippie Redd already has been struggling to sell in the 1% as far as like topping the 100 as far as singles is considered, and topping, not even topping, just getting into the top 50 when albums are considered. So Warner is obviously trying to reconstruct and trying to adapt the whole digital aspect of the modern era, because, you know, AI has made it to where everybody's getting replaced. So in the next 5 to 10 years, if y'all thought Walmart self-checkout lines was a disservice to the people who used to do it by hand, just wait till you see the jobs that are going to be replaced by AI. I know that sounds a little, you know, glass half empty, but at some point, somebody has to, like, what did Mark Phillips say during his Doc Rivers skit? At some point, somebody got to see what's going on. Like, we can't just keep letting them play in our face and then nobody calls us out. Like, we just going to act like AI not going to take everybody's job. Like, at this point, AI can do a lot in such a short amount of time that there's a high percentage that you are going to at one point be replaced by the AI. It's already happening, but somebody had to point it out. So anyways, in another interview, Julie Greenwald discussed the challenges of balancing a career in the music industry, especially for women, considering family life. And then she said the reason that she resigned was due to her mentor, Leah Cohen. From an outsider's perspective, we'll never know if that's true or not. But let's just say the move is just beyond interesting, and it seems very aggressive to lead to her resignation, because this is literally the end of the Julie Greenwald era of the Atlantic Music Group. And the reason why you haven't heard her name brought up is because usually the people behind the scenes who's actually running the game rarely want their name brought up. I mean, if you're getting the revenue and the income from the top position, you really don't have to boast that much. Your work speaks for yourself. So now with her being gone, and now that the Grainge is holding two of the biggest music labels in the world, this is a significant chapter in the music industry, and a lot of artists are going to start getting treated differently, because now, instead of being buddy-buddy with Julie Greenwald, who was the CEO of Atlantic, you have to conform to whatever Elliot Grainge's visual snapshot is of this for the success of Atlantic Music Group. So I'd be interested to see if if the government, I don't know who could step in at this point. Like, I mean, they've effectively taken over the two biggest music labels in the world. So you already know that they have a plan that spans at least 5 to 10 years. And what that is, hopefully is good for the artist, but who knows, man? Because with Julie, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, she literally was super pivotal for a lot of artists' career. I mean, from being at Def Jam back in 1992 to becoming president of Island Records in 2002, to joining Atlantic in 2004, to be promoted as COO and chairman in 2006, becoming the CEO and chairman of Atlantic Music Group in 2022, being instrumental in the careers of 21 Pilots, Bruno Mars, Lil Uzi Vert, Ed Sheeran. Like, it's just a significant change that needs to be highlighted. And instead of people trying to beef over the scraps that the CEOs leave them, they really have to start pinpointing how they can work together to try to have some sort of leverage when it comes to maybe one day an artist becoming the CEO of a music label. A Magic Johnson, LeBron type beat, right? Just the player in the game eventually becoming powerful to the point where he's appointed to a CEO or a chairman. But at this point, I mean, we've already seen Jay-Z do it, but ever since then, I mean, who's really been pivotal in doing that for themselves, right? So it's interesting. We're gonna see what happens. The Grainges own the Grainges are the CEOs of the biggest music labels in the world. So only the future entails what they decide to do with this newfound power in the market share as far as the music industry. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Julie Greenwald announcing her resignation? And what do you think of Elliot Grainge taking over as the CEO of Atlantic Music Group, being the son of Lucian Grainge, who is the CEO of Universal Music Group? And what do you think is going to be the inevitable outcome of this change in the music industry?
Soon, the world's top video gamers are going to be able to call themselves Olympians. It's happening. Nope, it's going to happen. You can't fight it. The International Olympic Committee just...
Dang, they hating already.
Esports Games. You know it's going to do well. The first event is going to be in Saudi Arabia next year. Olympic officials have held several esports-related
events. He is not impressed.
No word yet, though, on which games are going to be included for that inaugural event. This is going to make Jesse Hawila very happy, which makes it make me not happy, but whatever.
All right, so, of course, as you heard, esports is coming to the Olympics. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we might as well clap it up because gamers, we have finally made it to the point where we can call ourselves Olympic athletes. Long time coming. The most enjoyable pastime for many throughout planet Earth is now being entered into the esports arena. Now, despite those people who was announcing having so much vitriol and hatred in their hearts, personally, I think it's a great move, especially for the International Olympic Committee, which is the IOC, of course, to include this because of the many other sports that's a little bit more of the boring side. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? But race walking being a sport, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think we could do without it. But hey, that's just me, right? You know, at the end of the day, equestrian events, shooting sports, break dancing, there's a lot of sports in the Olympics that make you look at it and it's just like, well, we just letting anything in nowadays. So with esports always being a pivotal competitive scene globally, I think it's only right that they have it at the Olympics. Because if you don't know, the 2024 Paris Olympics just concluded. Now, who came out on top? Well, I'm kind of disappointed you asked, because let me tell you something. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call world dominance. Now, I know it may say we're tied with China for the gold medal count, which is technically 40, because we have 40, China has 40. So we tied with China. But as far as overall, we had 126 medals, and the second closest was China, with a count of 91 total medals. So with that being said, it's very interesting when you get into the landscape of esports, because that's just gonna add to the overall dynamic and the overall diverse palette that's offered during the Olympics. So let me take this off the screen. Actually, let me leave that up there right now. So anyways, you can watch that you can look at the total medal count if you don't see it. Of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, now, ladies and gentlemen, the competitive video gaming scene will be brought to the Olympics, and you may be wondering, what are they going to play? Well, a lot of the games like MOBAs are being considered, like League of Legends. First-person shooters like Valorant, CSGO, Fortnite. Those are some games to keep in mind when pondering, why in the world would they have esports at the Olympics? Because those games, if I do say so myself, it's very entertaining to watch the best of the best go at it. So esports have always been getting so much hatred. I mean, even in the video I played at the beginning, they had hate in their heart. You know, they had to let that go. They have to let that go at some point. But there's always been a debate on whether esports should be considered a sport. Does it involve strategy to the point where it's considered like an actual honorable event to label yourself an athlete? But just like some sports, I believe just like all sports, I believe esports requires a certain amount of extensive training and preparation. It's not just show up and you can place top 10 in your local gaming tournament. Usually you have to put some sort of preparation into the specific video game you're about to play. Because if you don't even know about the history of esports in the Olympics, it actually made its first appearance back in 2018 in the Winter Olympics, being the first electronic event to display the Olympic emblem when considering the location that it was at. I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm just going to let this AI read it off. But this is the location where it was at.
Pyeongchang Winter Olympics.
Yeah, so whatever the AI bot just said, it was Pyeongchang. I think that's how she said it. But anyways, so it was in that location where esports made its first appearance in the Olympics all the way back in 2018. So this is it's nothing new for esports to get recognized on this global scale. And then also, the virtual series back in 2021 marked the IOC's next step, featuring simulations of traditional Olympic sports. And then just recently, we had the Asian Games 2023, where the medals were awarded for 7 esports titles, including League of Legends. That's why esports coming to the Olympics is not just an unfathomable idea, right? It's been around for quite some time. People are just now giving it attention, even though gaming is one of those industries where even in a recession, it was climbing the ranks as far as popularity, because guess what? People was inside, and what can you do inside that's like top tier entertainment to pass time? So recession proof, always a top 3 option when it comes to enjoyable pastime with your friends. And now they are being honored in their respective light as athletes, because of course, just like any sport, it takes a lot of preparation and dedication to be good at that specific or whatever game you're trying to be a pro in. So with the esports industry, you have to acknowledge that with the Olympics including it, it would definitely attract more tech sponsors from that field and increase certain investments on the business aspect as far as the marketing strategies. Because if you don't know, when you bring new competitive opportunities to the overall Olympic brand, now a lot more sponsors are going to want to get involved to touch a different demographic that they never was exposed to. So that being said, the biggest thing to note when it comes to esports in the Olympic context is that this is a phenomenal idea. This is one of the more premier ideas I've seen from the Olympics. And we're going to have, I mean, if you think about the shooting contest, which I kind of made a joke about, but the shooting sports at the Olympics did have a standout figure, as far as it was some old guy with like gray hair, but basically it was like all these glasses and stuff that his competitors was wearing. And he's over here placing, I don't know if he placed number 1, but I think he definitely placed in the top 3. And he didn't have any of those enhancements, the glasses, the hide one eye, like he didn't have any of that. So he was a standout amongst the internet simply for the fact that he basically said he didn't need all them extra gadgets. So he was a huge standout from an event that was widely considered boring because you're just watching people shoot, and it's the pace is very slow. You would think a shooting event would be more exciting, but the structure of it, because of course they have to be safe, right? But the structure of it was very boring, to say the least. And some of the standouts is from sports that I know for a fact most y'all do not watch in your free time. I mean, Simone Biles being the oldest U.S. all-around champion in history and clinching her 3rd Olympic berth. As far as dominance in her specific sport, y'all can't tell me 3 to 4 other athletes other than Simone Biles. So when it comes to that specific sport, now you start to realize that there could be figureheads like a Simone Biles from the gaming space, the esports space, that could take the Olympics to a whole nother level. I mean, Katie Ledecky, Sha'Carri Richardson is one of those to where I don't know anybody who is actively looking up certain athletes in that field, but when Sha'Carri Richardson popped up and basically made her claim as the fastest woman in the world, then everybody started to pay more attention simply for the amount of personality and charisma that she brought to the sport. It's always those who bring the most attention to the sport that ends up uplifting the overall event. Without your Simone Biles, your Katie Ledecky, your Sha'Carri Richardson, your Steph Currys, your Rachel Glenns, your Max Irvins, you wouldn't really have a overall feel that the Olympics was going on. But because you have standout icons in their respective sport, no matter if you watch the sport outside of the Olympics or not, you're engaged and invested in the entire event. So that's why I think esports coming to Olympics is such a great thing. And obviously this won't happen till 2025 to 2023 in Saudi Arabia, but where it will be held. So with that being said, I think the overall inclusion of esports is a great thing for the overall Olympic brand. So one more time for my people over at Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's just look at this total, the final end count for the 2024 Paris Summer Olympics. And as you can see, USA remains unequivocally the best overall when it comes to Olympic sports. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Olympic Games adding esports, and what game would you like to see the most at the 2025 Olympics?
Artificial intelligence, a core of yet another strike impacting the entertainment industry. And this morning, video game actors will hit the picket lines.
Bob DeCastro is in Burbank, where they are demonstrating right now. Bob.
Good morning. Yes, this job action got underway at around 9 o'clock this morning. A pretty big turnout in front of Warner Brothers Studios. I'll show you the picket lines right now.
Analytic Dreamz on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
For about a week right now, and this is the first.
But currently, they're showing live video of LA video game actors hitting the picket lines.
Members here, he's a performer as well. So for folks at home that don't understand what it is with artificial intelligence that you're fighting for, what's the biggest sticking point when it comes to artificial intelligence?
Yeah, these development companies, they want to take our data, our movement, our voice, and they want to give it to AI to replace us, to get rid of us, so they can keep churning out product after product and remove us performers from being able to give our experience and tell stories in the way that we can.
You told me you're like a performance artist or just a performer as well, so you do some of the Spider-Man video games, and they follow control your movements and things like that. That's an artistic form, but they want to be able to use all of that and have a computer basically generate the same thing.
Yeah, take basically a library of the movements that I do, that my fellow performers do, and basically try to get a machine to spit up things that are close enough so that they don't have to use us anymore.
So the negotiations have been going on for like a year and a half right now, and the studios are saying, hey, we came with some concessions when it comes to guardrails for artificial intelligence, but you're saying this is not enough.
I don't think it's enough. They are giving provisions for voice and for the big names that they want to use to sell their games, but when it comes to movement performance, they simply don't want to give us the protections that we desperately need in this new age of technology and with this rapidly changing, rapidly evolving new tech.
Jasiri, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it. I should tell you that as
All right, so of course you heard it there. Another dispute with the big suits in Hollywood when it comes to their use of AI to take away other jobs from the everyday working citizen. Because if you think about it, we've seen this before in a similar entertainment field, but of course still under SAG-AFTRA, which if you don't know is the Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. So when that happened, which was not too long ago, I think last year is when it happened, but basically it marked the first time since 1960 that both unions were on strike simultaneously. So the writers and the actors went on strike. So if you think about it, they went on strike for about 148 days, while the actors' strike lasted 118 days. Over the same issues that video game actors are now going through with the whole use of artificial intelligence in the industry. And with the strikes, it led to a lot of famous actors, a lot of famous writers coming out and speaking up and giving the voice to promote the movement, because the strike was leading to a lot of cancellations of numerous shows and films. And I don't even know if Hollywood's recovered from that strike, right? Because from the movies, from the TV shows being canceled, pushed back, it led to them overall coming to the writers and giving them a 3-year agreement, 3 years, right? But 3-year agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which is the AMPTP, including better pay, protections against AI, and improved working conditions. And then, of course, you had the Actors Agreement, where SAG-AFTRA secured a new contract that included significant gains in minimum pay for background actors, regulations on AI, and better self-taping rules. So striking and stoppage of work seems to be beneficial 90% of the time for the everyday working citizen. And the reason I say everyday working, because it's like the big suits who are basically the puppeteers in this game called life always have certain longevity goals to make them more money, and that doesn't always include the everyday working citizen. Sometimes it just includes trying to cut down on the workforce but still increase income and revenue coming in. So whenever we point out those tactics in this fashion, I mean it's super egregious actions on trying to cut down the workforce as artificial intelligence, you already know the evolution of it is getting to the point where it's scary. It's really capable of a lot of things. So when it comes to the overall perception of just the big suits puppeteering people and trying to get them to agree to certain guidelines to be able to use their image and likeness through AI, that's when these type of strikes and revolts happen. So that being said, getting into the video game voice actors strike, because of course it's in the same line of the writers strike and the actors strike. Basically, the performers, like you heard in the video, fear losing control over their digital likeness, which is voice and image, due to AI. And they said that in the contracts, it was stated that they can make digital replicas without their consent, which is why you're seeing the strike now. And then the potential impact of that is that with the evolution of AI, it could allow companies to just go out and create whole new performances without the actor's involvement. So now you take the actor, you let him do the motion capture, you use AI, and now you never need him for the next 40 to 50 to 100 years. Most of these major corporations plan out that long, right? So when you're using it in that fashion, it's great that people are realizing that stoppage of work has been working in the past. I mean, I think I think it was the UPS drivers, they went on strike and got paid even more. The writers went on strike, and obviously, like I just said, their contracts improved. And then the actors went on strike, and as you can see here, their contracts improved. And I believe the pilots went on strike at some point, and they ended up getting a pay raise, but I'm not super informed on that aspect. But I think it was the pilots. I don't know if it was like for what airline, but I believe they all just went on strike. So like a lot of flights got delayed, and they ended up getting paid more. So stoppage of work helps a lot whenever you have strength in numbers, because no matter how much they say we can just replace you, obviously they can't, because these stoppage of work tactics wouldn't have been successful in the past. So anyways, getting back into it, the union stance is that Duncan Crabtree, which is the SAG-AFTRA's national executive director, has some sentiments to say, and this is him right here. This is what he had to say.
Here during the strike, and that is one day longer. One day stronger. One day longer. One day stronger. One day longer. One day stronger. One day longer. One day stronger.
So of course that's their motto right now, and from the campaigns he's led in the past as far as revolting with the writers and actors, he may know a thing or two about how to affect these corporations to actually get the proper benefits for the workers. So he's leading the charge. He's coming out, giving their stance, basically emphasizing the need for legal and contractual protections against the misuse of AI. And then he also said another quote where he said, quote, the threat is to have to compete against yourself, to compete against a digital replica of you that somebody else controls. So I think it's like a pause after that. So I think he's basically saying the threat is to have to compete against yourself, not to compete against a digital replica of you that somebody else controls. So of course that makes all the sense in the world, right? Well, of course, the video game producers came back out and they said that they've addressed the union's concerns and they don't know why they're striking. I mean, figure that, right? How surprising. The big conglomerates don't know why people are revolting for the misuse of AI, and basically are saying that they found common ground on like 24 out of 25 proposals with AI protections included, which is very vague, and we don't know what the one claim they didn't agree on. We don't know what that was, but even the 24 out of 25 is vague because obviously they didn't show us anything. So with the whole economic aspect of it, I mean, if you really think about it, video games is larger than life currently. When the recession, not the recession, when COVID happened in 2020, video games exploded as far as popularity because everybody was in the house engaging into all the backlog of video games that were available to them. So as far as the industry currently in 2024, it's been evaluated to be over 300 billion, larger than even the film and music industry. And that's combined, larger than film and music combined. just to put in perspective how big gaming is on a global landscape. And then, of course, in 2023, the global video game industry generated nearly 184 billion in 2023, with projections reaching 207 billion by 2026. So, of course, it makes sense why certain people who feel like they're trying to cut down on the workforce and use their likeness via AI would not sit right with them. Y'all making all this money off of us and still trying to find a way to discredit us and use our likeness without our consent. So anyways, over 300 video game performers and Hollywood actors have participated in the picket at Warner Bros. Studio. And as far as the historical context, I mean, the last video game actor strike was in October 2016, before AI was even a thing or even a central issue. So when it comes to negotiation talks, I'm thinking it may take around the same amount of time that the actors and the writer's strike took. Because if that took around 118 to 140 days, then no telling what the video game actors will have to go through to get their industry to be like, you know what, maybe we shouldn't take advantage of y'all, right? So even though some people have mixed views on AI, saying that, oh, AI will lead to better quality because now you can have checks and balances that are not including the human error element, is still a misuse when you're trying to replace human actors entirely. So this legal battle between the video game actors and the big conglomerates in the industry, in the gaming industry, is going to be ongoing, and it's going to include a lot of different groundbreaking achievements on either side, because of course something has to happen. Like, stoppage of work always results in the solution coming even faster. Like, somebody's going to break, and judging off history, it seems like the companies won't be able to afford their workers taking off for too long of a time, because now this is happening again and again, and people are realizing it's actually effective. So to stop it, then just do right by the people who has done right by you for so long to make you one of the more profitable entertainment industries in the world. So with that being said, that's basically all I've really had. I mean, the overall point is that big companies needs to stop taking the Walmart self-checkout route with every single entertainment lane and thinking it's going to work. Not everything can be replaced by AI and people are just going to be like, oh, well, I guess I don't have that job no more. No, some people are going to actually try to speak up and form unions like this to make their point even stronger and emphasize it even more. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the video game actors going on strike? And also, as far as the acting strike and as far as the overall AI concerns, what is your take on the situation? And more importantly, whose side are you on? It is time once again to get into one of just the greatest entertainment products ever released in history. As GTA 5 is one of the best-selling video games of all time with over 180 million copies sold worldwide, and revenue considered, generated over 6 billion with a B in revenue, making it one of the highest grossing entertainment products ever. So with that being considered, you could probably guess why everybody is so excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. Because of course, when it comes to critical acclaim, everybody loves GTA 5. So many different things you can do in GTA. It's almost like the golden corral of gaming. It's everything you want in one package. I mean, if they add sports, which I think they had golf and tennis, but if they added basketball, soccer, imagine if they added soccer in GTA, literally nobody will ever play another game outside of GTA. So that being considered, there's a lot of things that is concerning when it comes to the consumer base, because we're thinking about GTA 6 from an entertainment aspect, but you always have to keep in mind that this is a major release under Take-Two Interactive, which is the developing studio, along with Rockstar Studios. So with that, you have to realize that they're going to leverage the overall dominance of GTA 5 to try to bring the most revenue in possible, already announcing that GTA 6 will not be on Xbox Game Pass day one. The CEO came out, who is Strauss Zelnick, to confirm that GTA 6 and other major releases will not be available on subscription services like Xbox Game Pass on day one. So they're letting you know right now, GTA 6 is not a Game Pass type of game. It's not no subscribe to any database and get GTA 6 day one. You have to at least pay that $70 or whatever the deluxe is, or whatever the combo what's above the deluxe, whatever the premium edition is, which may include online. Because what I think personally is they're going to put out GTA 6, wait a couple months, maybe like maybe like 5 months, and then put out online. I find it hard to believe that they will release a story-based GTA 6 along with online, because similar to Call of Duty, you don't want to step on your own creation with something else that created a life in itself, because the overall success of GTA 5 came from GTA Online, where it was a huge success from the jump and basically created a life in itself that the story mode didn't even reach as far as levels of excitement and engagement as far as what you can do in a video game. Safe to say, Grand Theft Auto is one of the best games, one of the best franchises ever created. So all of the backlash as far as lawsuits that are thrown Grand Theft Auto's way, because of course, it's a PG podcast, but as far as this specific franchise, let's just say it's the farthest thing from PG. So it's been a lot of lawsuits when it comes to Grand Theft Auto, and you can look that up on your own time, but I think they set the record for the most amount of lawsuits filed on one specific game. GTA 5 had a lot of legal troubles when it came to the courtroom. And I say legal troubles, even though they won like most of them. But as far as the lawsuits, they were still filed against GTA 5. So when it comes to GTA 6 and the new updates, it's very sparse because they're keeping it tight. They're keeping it closed, behind closed doors, because when the game eventually comes out, they want it to be as new as possible for people who are getting into the game for the first time. Because whether you believe it or not, some parents out there actually did their job and didn't let their younger kids, their little Timmies, play Grand Theft Auto growing up. You know what I mean? Like, there's a actual ESRB company established for that specific purpose, to not let little Timmies play games like this. So they are basically playing their first Grand Theft Auto. Well, I guess if they got to the age and then played the back, if they went back and played it. But for most people, you may not want to just go back and play a new game, even though GTA 5 is one of the greatest of all time. GTA 6 is like, oh, they're releasing it while I'm of age. It's a different feeling of being able to play GTA and experience GTA with everybody else for the first time. That's something that you can only capture once. So with that being said, the game not being released on Game Pass, the strategic decision of Zelnick to say that the premium titles on subscription services at launch isn't aligned with Take-Two's business strategy should just drive home the point that they are coming for your fettuccine, your Alfredo, your guac. They will be hitting your pockets harder than ever before. Y'all thought shark cars was outrageous. Just imagine if they was like, you can only pay for clothes through Bitcoin. Now what you gonna do? Right? Now you need different forms of currency to buy different stuff in GTA. Like, there's just all sorts of things that they are just brainstorming, coming up with to be able to squeeze the most amount of money out of you. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the most anti-consumer thing you're ever gonna hear me say on this podcast platform. I don't care if GTA 6 is $160. I'm getting the game day one. I'm just telling you right now. GTA 6 offers so much in one package that the price point is not the biggest thing for me as far as the initial price point. What the biggest thing for me is the 2K effect. If they did the opposite, released at the regular $70, and because of course they're gonna have the deluxe and the premium, which is gonna be out the you know what. But as far as the regular edition, if that's $70, I hope they don't up the microtransactions simply because that $70 version of GTA 6 is available. Like, let's say you buy the regular edition of GTA 6, and because of that, now you start at which is nothing wrong with getting a boost with deluxe and premium. You know, of course that should come with some extra stuff. But as far as gameplay mechanics and story elements, hopefully there's not anything pivotal locked behind a paywall. That's the only thing. If I pay whatever the base price is, if I pay for it, hopefully I get everything that is applicable for the storyline experience. Like, hopefully, to go to this area, you got to give a $9.99 fee. To go to that area, you got to buy the expansion pack, right? Hopefully that comes later and not in the base game, because that's the only reason why, like, avid gamers like myself gets upset with certain gaming studios. Because if you're gonna put out a base game, then let that be the base game. Don't put out a base game and then be like, oh, by the way, we got an expansion pack for $20 coming out 2 weeks later. Well, then that just tells me that you just lock content behind a paywall simply to put out later to get more money out of me after I've already paid the base $70. That's the only reason gamers really get upset. But if it's an actual, this is what we finished and polished, here it is, and then months down the line, now we've spent more time on something else, but it took us some time because it didn't exist when you first got the game. Now we're giving it to you. That's more acceptable in as far as morally. Because if you're just locking stuff behind a paywall, then you're gonna get into a Midnight Sun situation where I'm still waiting for those prices to drop. Once Deadpool, Storm, side tangent, but all the other superheroes, once they go to like $4 each or something like that. Like, at first, I think Deadpool was like $19 for the Deadpool DLC pack for Midnight Suns. And guess what I did? I stopped playing the game. That's all you got to do. You just got to show them that if they're going to try to jerk you in one way or another, and it's not making sense as far as the timeline, then it's like, okay, well, you just locked that behind a paywall. Guess what? I'm just not going to play the entire game. Now I'm done playing the game until those DLC characters are close to free, right? So that's why I bring that up. Side tangent. But it's just voting with your wallet is very, very important. You know how people talk about voting in politics? Voting with your wallet is just as important, because that lets people know what captivates people the most as far as what they are willing to spend money on. Because then, guess what? If you stop paying money on mediocre games and only to games like Elden Ring, now every studio and their mom is trying to put all type of mechanics and explorative options in their open world. Otherwise, when before we had Ubisoft games filled with a sandbox of stuff, of just boring activities. Now they're actually putting thought into the side activities, the open world, the side characters, the developing storylines. Now they're actually taking pride into adding certain game mechanics, because they see an Elden Ring, they see a Hogwarts Legacy topping the charts simply because the amount of love and care that was put into the game for their consumers. It wasn't trying to jerk them on any type of monetary value. So anyways, that's why I say that, because GTA 6 is definitely going to be a game where you're going to be tested morally. Like there's gonna be, I just know they're gonna try it because GTA is one of the greatest selling games of all time. GTA 6 is going to be one of those to where people are going to go out day one and buy it no matter the price. And the slippery slope to that, because I'm also talking about myself, the slippery slope to that is not continuously giving your money. I mean, day one, I feel like if any franchise earned it for just take my money and let me get the game, is Rockstar. But the continuing of locking stuff behind a paywall when it's already created, that has to stop. That's the only thing where I'm like, okay, that would be a point where I'm like, I'm not getting the day 2 expansion pack to complete the story for GTA 6, right? Hopefully it's all there when it eventually comes out. But of course, GTA 6 is still set to break records following the long-standing success of GTA 5. I believe this trailer currently, which Analytic Dreamz on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, it's been out for 8 months and it has 204 million views. Goodness gracious. And then you have the release date. There's no specific release date, but they're saying fall of 2025. So it's a while out, right? It's a ways out. It's not soon. It's going to be quite some time. But during that, we have to keep reiterating that Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive better not pull anything crazy, because I've already heard in one of my most popular segments, actually, if you look up GTA CEO earnings call, I think that's what it was. Hold up. Let me make sure. Let me plug it right quick, because I guess people didn't even know this, but CEO of GTA Strauss Zelnick thinks games should be priced by the hour. If you look that up, Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up, or you could just put GTA Analytic Dreamz and it will still pop up. But basically, I got into how the CEO was running by his stock holders and basically people who's invested. Basically, he was running it by his investors, because if you don't know, if you invest, then you can hop into earnings call, and then that's where this information was held. Strauss Zelnick was talking about how there's other entertainment fields where they have a subscription model, and that's a very lucrative type of model and revenue strategy, which that's to be questioned. You know what I mean? It's, you know, I could beg to differ. I mean, there's a reason why Disney Plus and HBO is out here combining platforms, right? I mean, Netflix is out here showcasing that they caught lightning in a bottle. It's not that easy to recreate the streaming revenue model and it actually uphold the overhead. If you don't know, most of these major companies pay so much to where they have to recoup. So now if you have streaming, that's cutting the cost of what you use, what the consumers have to pay to get access to everything. So now you're cutting the cost, but the overhead's still the same. So now you run into the streaming problem where every entertainment industry has ran into at some point in time. But anyways, I don't want to go on a tangent. So he talked about what was I saying? Oh yeah, he talked about the price by the hour, basically the subscription model for the other entertainment fields, basically hinting towards the fact that it may be a profitable revenue strategy for GTA 6. And the only reason I covered that is because I think people need to hear how these CEOs actually think of y'all. Like, they really just trying to figure out the best ways to take money from you. So this is very pivotal that you understand this stuff and not let them do it, because if they do it once, guess what? They're gonna keep doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get graphic, but they're gonna keep doing it. So anyways, yeah, GTA 6 set to come out fall of 2025. Yeah, make sure I get that right. So GTA 6 is set to come out fall 2025, and other publishers, including Ubisoft and Xbox, are expecting GTA 6 to have a significant impact on the gaming industry. And that's just like business side as far as like earnings calls. So anyways, fans are eagerly waiting for the next detailed trailer. Insiders are saying that it's going to be released October 4th, 2024. So that may be when we get our next look at more GTA 6 content, because allegedly there might already be leaked gameplay of GTA 6 out there on the internet. But hey, you ain't hear that from me. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the new GTA 6 news that's came out? And as a gamer, what would you think if GTA 6 actually went with a subscription model to play the game? Black Myth Wukong, one of the more dark horse candidates as the game of the year is considered for 2024, because a lot of things have came about the Elden Ring saga of the video game industry. I mean, we had Lies of P, Rise of Ronin, a lot of other games. I'm trying to think. Obviously, you have this one, Black Myth Wukong. You had some other game I'm forgetting. I'm definitely forgetting one other game. But anyways, as you can tell, Elden Ring has inspired a plethora of games to copy the model of a strenuous experience when it comes to the open world format and the combative nature of it. Because different mechanics, especially in Lies of P, they push you to the farthest that you've ever been mentally as far as wanting to give up on a video game, simply for the fact that, I don't know about Lies of P or Rise of Ronin, but I do believe that, well, not do believe, I definitely know that Elden Ring did not have a difficulty setting. So with that being stated, a lot of games were inspired by this as far as the overall engagement that a difficult game received. Because usually with the average gamer, it's usually Call of Duty, Madden, and that's it. That's all they play. Really not trying to play too difficult. They're not trying to play games that are too difficult for the simple fact that they're trying to have fun. But Elden Ring struck such a unique balance of difficulty and enjoyment to the point where now people are trying to recapture that same lightning in the bottle aspect. So here comes Black Myth Wukong, a game set for August 20th, so it's coming out soon, for PlayStation 5, Steam, Epic Game Store, developed by Game Science, and it's an action RPG with heavy emphasis on boss fights inspired by Chinese mythology. So that being said, one of the biggest things to come about this release is that Xbox is not getting this game at all. What in the world? I know. I said the same thing. I was like, how you just not going to come out on a whole different console? Like, it's only two of them. I mean, I guess it's my fault. My Nintendo people. I try not to disrespect y'all too much, but y'all know the Switch can't run this game. So anyways, let's get back to the real consoles. So Xbox is not getting this game, so that's very interesting. But PlayStation and Steam is. So PC players and PlayStation will be able to play this game when it eventually releases August 20th. But as far as the final trailer, obviously this is the final trailer right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, I'm playing the trailer on mute, of course. But this trailer was released not too long ago and basically was showing a lot more detail into the game, and at the same time upsetting a lot of Xbox users for the sense of exclusion, like being excluded from the Black Myth Wukong initial player base will have to be frustrating. But hey, that's what every PlayStation player was feeling when Starfield came out. So hey, welcome to the club. But anyways, a lot of people are hyped for this game. People are praising it for its visuals, its gameplay, then everything about the whole structure of just boss after boss after boss, which does seem monotonous, but apparently there's a lot of different varieties of bosses in this game to where it's going to be an enjoyable experience, to where everybody is going to find different fights challenging, is depending on your level of expertise in these type of games. But one of the biggest things is that it's super visually and captivating, because not only is this game coming out having phenomenal visuals and gameplay, but it's also one of the top pre-orders on the PlayStation Store, and it's also sitting #1 on the spot for global sales on Steam. So this is already shaping up to be maybe game of the year. That's why I keep saying dark horse, because this really came out of nowhere. Like 2024, when it comes to games, hasn't had the same type of impact that I think it was 2022. What year did Mario Odyssey come out? Let me see. Mario Odyssey. That was like one of the best years in gaming. Mario release date. That can't be right. 2017? That can't be right. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh, I'm thinking of when Zelda and Mario released. So I think it was like Mario. Anyways, let me just type in Zelda. Zelda Tears of Kingdom release date. I know it was in the 20s. Okay, it had to be last year. Yeah, because last year was the year I think we had Zelda, Mario, the flagships of Nintendo released. We had Spider-Man. Did we have Spider-Man? I don't think we had Spider-Man. We had God of War. God of War, what was it? Ragnarok release date. That was 2022. I mean, it was close to 2023, but yeah, I think I'm getting my dates mixed up. But anyways, yeah, I think the overall sentiment that I'm trying to say is that 2024 hasn't been the year of. I think I'm thinking of 2023. The amount of games that came out that was super impactful as far as like quality wise. I mean, we had Baldur's Gate, Mario, Zelda in the same year. I think we had Armored Core. We had Spider-Man. We had another flagship game. I don't know if it was it wasn't The Last of Us. I think it was Horizon. It was another PlayStation exclusive that was pretty fire. I think we had Hi-Fi Rush. Just a lot of great games, right? Last year that was very spread out to where it felt like the whole year was just banger after banger after banger. This year is more of a slow burner, because a lot of the games that we thought was going to hit, like a Rise of Ronin, turned out to be a solid game, but wasn't a consensus of game of the year. So when you come to Black Myth Wukong and the hype is matching the actual sales, because it's one thing to say, oh, I can't wait to get the game. There's another thing to see Black Myth Wukong sitting at #1 for global sales on Steam and being one of the top pre-orders on PlayStation. So with that being said, one of the biggest things with Black Myth Wukong that you should know before you get into the game is that it has a lot of boss fights that is challenging and differentiates itself from Souls-like, so that it still gives you that feeling of having to overcome a boss, but it's still not just the overall copy paste of an Elden Ring type format. So that's one thing you always like to see, people taking their own spin on something that's already worked and making it their own, because usually that's when the best creations are made. So as far as the Souls-like elements is considered, the game does incorporate Souls-like mechanics that comes from the Elden Ring class, right? The Elden Ring education. But Wukong differentiates itself mainly through the speed and direct offense rather than like timing and pacing. And basically this is from like insiders who have played the game already, because obviously the game's not out yet. But, you know, got to do your due diligence with the people who's already played the game. So with that being said, the game has been compared to other video games out on the market like Sekiro and God of War as far as just the overall pace of the game. And They did say that Xbox will probably not get this game for the foreseeable future, which is very concerning. Like, why in the world will this game be excluded from the Xbox platform? Pretty weird, right? So when you're looking at Black Myth Wukong and the way that it's excluded from just Xbox players, you could understand where the widespread disappointment would come from, to the point where Xbox users are feeling like y'all just completely left us out of the experience for no reason. Like, why y'all out here acting up? Like, why are you acting up? All these other video games on every single platform, and you, like, as far as like games we haven't heard before, right? I mean, it's not like some deal that we heard that was struck with PlayStation or PC. It was just out of nowhere. Like, hey, we not coming to Xbox platform. Like, it wasn't like no deal exclusive to PlayStation or PC. They just don't want to be on the Xbox platform. I'm like, what type of beef do the CEOs have? Like, what does the head game developer of Black Myth Wukong have against the Xbox heads? Because at this point, it has to be some type of corporate beef, because it just makes no sense. If there's no exclusive licensing deal, why are you completely cutting out an entire console fan base? So anyways, that's why I keep saying that Black Myth Wukong is definitely shaping up to be a dark horse of Game of the Year, because you're still going to have your Xbox people who come out and kill the game, say the game is trash, for the simple fact that Black Myth Wukong is simply not playable on their platform. So with that being said, the overall premise that you should get from this is that Black Myth Wukong is coming out August 20th. For PlayStation players and PC, well, not PlayStation, for PlayStation 5 owners, Steam, and Epic Game Store. Developed by Game Science, and once again, is an action RPG with heavy emphasis on boss fights and inspired by Chinese mythology. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Black Myth Wukong coming out soon, August 20th? And also, if you're an Xbox player, are you upset with this game not coming to your platform? And for the people on PlayStation 5 and PC players, do you think this will end up being Game of the Year? It is finally back. EA Sports College Football 25, developed by one of the most hated gaming companies, one of the most hated companies of all time. Like, I think one time oil spilled, literally like a whole ship full of oil spilled into the ocean, and then when the reports came from the general consensus to tell, you know, the people who they thought was the worst company, EA was still at number one. I was like, goodness, boy, don't they hate EA. So anyways, I'm gonna get to why they do in a second. But EA Sports College Football 25, developed by EA, of course, on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S. It's not available on PC, last gen consoles, or Nintendo Switch, so just in case you was wondering. But it has finally been released to the public, and when I tell you everybody and their mom is playing this game right now, to be the top selling game on PlayStation and Xbox simultaneously for this long is a pretty significant achievement. As far as 2.2 million unique players during early access, 2.2 million players, and then to generate over 200 million in just 3 days before the full release. Like, as far as the player engagement tracker, July 17th, EA Sports College Football ranked number 3 in U.S. daily active users on Xbox Series, behind only Call of Duty HQ and Fortnite, and 4th on PS5, COD, Fortnite, and GTA 5. And this was July 18th, when it was just in early access. So safe to say, people are playing this game. People are really playing this game, and deservedly so, because it's a game that's been on a hiatus since NCAA Football 14. And why, you might ask? Well, if you don't know, EA negotiated separate deals to include all 134 FPS FBS schools and introduced name, image, and likeness, more commonly referred to as NIL, deals for athletes. So that's why this game has made a resurgence and able, contractually and legally able to come back to the forefront as they finally paid the athletes. Now, I know everybody was going crazy over the rumored amount that they was paying the athletes because they were saying it was only $500 an athlete. But at the same time, I mean, if you're a flagship person that they're using for the video game, I'm pretty sure they'll pay you a little bit more. The whole system of NIL is based off of what you bring to the organization, which is why it's called name, image, and likeness. If you don't hold as much weight as what's the guy from Colorado? I forget his name. But if you don't hold as much weight as like a I totally forgot that guy's name. What's his name? Edwards? Hunter. Yes, Hunter from Colorado. That's his name. Hunter. I don't know his first name. But anyways, if you don't hold as much weight as Hunter from Colorado, who I think he plays both sides of the field. Like he plays like offense and defense, which is unheard of in college football. But you probably can't negotiate more than $500, right? You're probably gonna be like, yeah, I'll take the $500. Meanwhile, he over here bringing in the bag to be on the cover, along with the player from Texas and Michigan. But name, image, and likeness basically takes that into account, which is why the whole system works for NCAA to come back. Because back when NCAA Football 14 was out, EA was going through the teams and not the players. So they would have the team's image, name, image, and likeness. But as far as the players, they would just have, generic person 15. And then he would look, generic QB number 15. And he looks exactly like Tim Tebow. Like, come on now. Like, we know exactly who that's supposed to be. Generic player number 2 from Texas A&M. I wonder if that's Johnny Manziel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they was really trying to get away with that. Like, we was just completely just absent of IQ. So they got sued, and they definitely had to fix that. And NCAA is still fixing that to this day. I think they have to pay out certain lawsuits for for athletes who missed out on compensation simply because they was going backdoor and making money off of these athletes instead of paying them. You know how they was always saying, oh, you should just be okay with the tuition. Like, that should be enough in itself, right? And then you realize how much these flagship athletes, I'm talking about the flagship, like, not everybody this attributes, not everybody this accounts for. I'm talking about the people who are like stars of the organization. If they're bringing in ticket sales and things of that nature, and then you look at how much they're actually making the team and making the overall team brand, it's like, well, maybe they should get paid a little bit more aside of tuition because they're bringing in a lot more engagement than, let's just say, somebody on the bench, you know? So it started to make sense, and they finally made it make dollars as the name, image, and likeness was created. So with that, a lot of things came with the game as far as, the review roundup, which is what I'm currently doing, and, going over the sales. So let's just get into some of the public response and reviews from just how the game has been going, because obviously it's received high praise. I mean, that's why everybody and their mom is still playing this game, and it's still the best-selling game on PlayStation and Xbox. So one of the biggest things people noted is that the detailed visuals was high quality. Like, usually sometimes with sports games, they try to, especially Madden. Like, if you've seen some of the notable star players on Madden, like I think they had Dak, I don't know if it was Dak Prescott, it was somebody who they just completely had some random face for like a star athlete. And then even the star athlete was like, wow, Madden, you could just call me to do the face mocap. But, so stuff like that. They actually put a lot of detail into the graphics, especially for the high marquee players in college football. So those details definitely stood out to people. And then the presentation was a big deal for people, and they feel like EA really nailed that with each and every college and the respective college I went to when I played. And, You know what I mean? When I was playing in Tennessee and was whooping up on people, first time playing, still whooping people with my alma mater, but it's whatever, that's besides the point. So technically I have played the game, but what I would personally say is I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew from all my experience from playing Madden in my career that a couple audibles and I can get the offense going. And boy, did I get it going. One like 40 plus to I think he had like 13. He missed the field goal. But, it's besides the point. When you playing somebody who just giving you that spanking, you know what I'm saying? And you may start missing stuff like field goals. But anyways, so yeah, I was repping for my alma mater, and that's one of the things people was highlighting as the presentation was really unique to each and every school, making you have that sense of pride for your respective school that you've went to. And even if you didn't go to, even if you didn't go to, you could just still respect the amount of detail that went into the different unique team intros and mascot animations, because there's a lot of different cultures in the NCAA, which is why some people prefer to watch college football over professional, because it's just way more passion as far as the band playing, as far as just the overall pride you have into going to school and also playing and playing for that specific school. It's a little different, it's a little different seeing the famous athlete on campus versus, professionally, you really can't talk to them at all. For the most part. So why did I say that? Okay. Yeah. So then we had gameplay mechanics. So apparently there's a wear and tear feature, and they said that was a pretty, that they didn't think they was going to have something like that in the game. So that was another standout for people. And they said the strategic elements like turbo mode and different coverage shells was a thing that they noted as being a definitely a highlight of the game. So as far as the recruiting system, I mean, they said, because if you don't know, it's like a dynasty mode. And so they were saying that the dynasty mode is very deep and requires a consideration of various factors. It's not just bare bones, here you go, make your own team. They really did their due diligence in going through and making sure that you can be playing Dynasty for a while and still trying to figure out different, not systems as far as like, not different systems as far as confusing, just different systems as far as engaging and wanting to customize it to your own tailored experience. They said it's very deep and, a great engaging experience. But they did have areas of concern, as they said Road to Glory was criticized for quickly becoming repetitive, which, to be honest, I think Dynasty is one. I think Road to Glory mode is one of those to where you have to make your own story. You have to think of your own storylines going into it. Like, there's only so much you can do when you're making the story mode for a sports game. Like, at the end of the day, you got to play a football game over and over and over. Like, it's not like, oh, okay, now we got to go to the store and pick up some socks because I forgot socks before the game. Like, nah, it's really nothing like that as far as college football. I mean, maybe they'll add it at some point. I mean, you see NBA with the park, I mean, and how players trash that. So do y'all want repetitive gameplay specifically focused on football? Do y'all want to have a GTA sandbox, right? Y'all gotta make up your mind. So that critique is a little outrageous. But as far as that, getting into the review roundup, I mean, some of the scores came from Forbes at giving it an 8.5 out of 10, Games Radar giving it a 4.5 out of 5, Metacritic giving it 85 out of 100, Video Gamer giving it an 80 out of 100. And then, of course, IGN. Let me see. What score did IGN give? IGN gave it a 7 out of 10. That's not the greatest score. But basically, they said it's a solid sports game. At the end, there's no game of the year that's going to come from a sports game. But this is one of the more pivotal moments in video game history, because college football is officially and finally back since their hiatus due to legal issues and lawsuits, which stopped the production after NCAA 14. So to come to all the way in 2024 from 14, you realize that people have been waiting, quite some time for another installment of the college football franchise. And now, as of when this game come out, I think I forgot when this game came out. as of July 15th, because that was when early access began. As of July 15th, 2024, college football from EA Sports is officially back. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about NCAA college football 25? And as far as your experience with the game, what is your favorite game mode? And for the people who may have certain alma maters that they came from, what is your favorite aspect of how EA cultivated your respective alma mater's culture? Getting into the tech industry is very interesting and intriguing for the simple fact that the tech companies run the world. Now, one of the things that helps the tech companies run the world is, of course, all of the failures. Because in life, you fail more than you succeed. But at the end of the day, you live to fight another day. Hopefully it makes sense. I don't know if that's exactly how the saying went, but y'all get what I'm saying, right? Anyways, Apple, in their other venture as far as trying to get into the streaming space, seemingly is not going so hot, right? As Apple spent over $20 billion on original content for Apple TV Plus, but has only garnered a small audience. Now, the reason that you see the Netflix image up here, which Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, the reason why I have Netflix up here is because of the simple fact that Apple TV attracts just 0.2% of the US TV viewership. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 0.2% of the US TV viewership. And keep in mind, this is Apple. Most of y'all, actually, as far as my listening audience, majority of y'all have an iPhone in your pocket as we speak. So, of course, that doesn't correlate with the other ventures, as with the streaming, they only have 0.2% of the US TV viewership. I just want to keep reiterating that because of the simple fact that Netflix currently has 8%. So that's a little bit more than 0.2 if my math is correct, you know, as Netflix generates way more viewership than any streaming platform, but especially Apple TV, even with them putting $20 billion into the process of creating original content for Apple TV. So why am I saying all that? Basically because Apple has said no more overspending on original content, because obviously the game plan isn't working. I mean, as far as investing into big name projects like Martin Scorsese, that's not how you say it. Scorsese. How y'all? I don't even know how to say that name. Y'all probably laughing at me. I completely butchered that. I know, but it's all right. I'm gonna keep it in there. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna act like I pronounced it right. So y'all know who I'm talking about, right? The Martin guy and Ridley Scott. As far as their films that they directed, they put Apple TV specifically put like $5 million into Ridley Scott and Martin films. And then you had the World War II series, Masters of the Air, which Apple TV put $250 million into. So despite these enormous and ginormous investments, only a few projects have really went viral on the Apple TV platform. Some of them, like Ted Lasso, had made the Nielsen's top 10 streaming shows, which, of course, I don't report on Nielsen too often, but if you want a legit, incredible source as far as what is impacting the masses when it comes to streaming, Nielsen's list of the top 10 streaming shows and just their statistics overall is similar to how Billboard is when it comes to comparing the biggest artists in the world musically. So with that being stated, if you wanted to follow a creator that's like heavily, like basically all they focus on, I would highly suggest Grace Randolph from her YouTube channel, Beyond the Trailer, because that channel is phenomenal. So there's really nothing more to say other than Grace is just an icon in general. So with that being said, let's get back into the tech world, as Apple's plan currently is to, one, of course, reduce the upfront payments for the new shows, give quick to cancel unperforming series, as far as like noticing something isn't working and then not trying to make it work, not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I think that's how they say it. Anyways, and then of course they're going to delay certain products and productions for managing costs, and we've seen this in other companies when it comes to movie and TV shows. I mean, the disparity of Marvel content is simply for the fact that the overproduction simply hurt the brand. So now they're going in the way of less is more, as you've seen with Deadpool and Wolverine literally being one of the more profitable movies of all time, and the #1 R-rated movie when it comes to engagement ever. I think it passed like a Jesus movie, which is crazy that Jesus movie is R-rated, but that's besides the point. So with that being said, the whole thing with the overall plan of Apple TV is to simply partner with studios so they can share financial risk, similar to when I covered Disney Plus and HBO negotiating some type of partnership when it comes to their streaming platforms. Because what these big companies are quickly realizing is that Netflix is lightning in a bottle, and catching that twice is kind of hard, as they've copied and executed on a model that seemingly Netflix has used, but like I said with the viewership, Apple TV specifically only has 0.2% of the US TV viewership, with Netflix leading the pack with 8%. If you look at the other streaming services, it's not even close. Netflix is by far and away the most popular streaming platform still to this day. Remember when everybody was saying, oh, they should just do away with cable TV and Disney should make their own streaming platform and they'll be just like Netflix. They have Frozen. They have all type of nostalgia IP, as far as if you want to watch the old Disney shows like Pinocchio or Dumbo, or I don't know why those are the first two that came to my mind, or Peter Pan, just the nostalgia like factors that plays into Disney. People just automatically assume they could overtake Netflix when it comes to making their own streaming platform. And what they've all realized is that it's a little difficult to mimic the success that Netflix has created when it comes to the streaming platforms. So, of course, one of the biggest things as far as the budget cuts for Apple TV is that the second season of Severance saw production costs soar to over $20 million per episode, prompting Apple to cut future budgets for the show. I mean, talk about a reality check. So licensing content is one of the focal points for Apple, but now, well, it used to be one of the focal points for Apple TV, but now Apple TV plans to start licensing third-party content to broaden its catalog. So a significant shift from its original game plan as far as production-wise. And then, of course, as far as the market comparison, I mean, Apple TV has fewer top 10 shows than any other streaming platform, even behind their smaller competitors like Paramount Plus. So as far as the licensing of shows via third party, I think that that's one of the ways they could combat Netflix's dominance on the streaming platform, as Netflix has success with licensing older shows. And example, they paid like $500 million for Seinfeld, so that was a big increase in overall engagement just for the platform, but it did cost a hefty bag, as they paid $500 million for Seinfeld. Just a little pocket change, nothing too serious. And then, of course, people are now realizing that's the importance of keeping such a ginormous audience via a robust content library, which, as you can tell with Apple TV, if y'all even, I mean, by the statistics, most of y'all don't even have Apple TV. But if you do, that's basically what's lacking and why people are choosing other competitors over Apple TV. And as far as the budget, that's the main thing that Apple TV is focusing on, as once again, they're cutting a lot of budgets. And it's similar, because I don't want to just pinpoint Apple. It's similar to what studios like Disney, HBO, plus Paramount, I think it was HBO Max. I think that's what it's specifically called. But basically, they're all cutting budgets simply for the fact that they just can't compete with Netflix no more. And it kind of just showcases how much of a lightning in a bottle Netflix is, as they still have a supreme dominance over the streaming industry. And if you want to know why I think streaming is failing, it's simply for the fact that one of the reasons people went to streaming is because the alleged sites, I'm not going to say what they are, of course, because I'm not the police, but there's a lot of sites out here that gives you up-to-date content for free. Let me just put it like that. So whenever you have cable and you're paying, I forget, I don't even know, I haven't had cable in forever, but I think it's like $20, $30 a month, maybe even more. It's probably more. But and then you get a plethora of companies as far as like their shows that they license out to cable, and it's all in one place. Instead of paying that monthly fee, there was this thing called the Fire Stick that came out. And then that combined with the alleged sites made it to where you could watch anything you wanted for free 99. I mean, what do y'all think people are going to choose, right? So when streaming platforms came around, as far as the Netflix, taking the world by storm, all the companies was like, oh, this is the way you combat piracy in the entertainment field as far as the competitor of cable. But guess what? I'm not saying they was completely wrong, because I think the thought is right. I think having to try something and then maybe failing or succeeding is pivotal to lifelong evolution. Because if you're scared to fail, then how can you ever succeed, right? So one of the biggest things that I want to give as far as tidbits on the overall status of the streaming era is that with the raises, the rise of subscription prices makes it to where the alleged sites are just going to gain even more popularity. I mean, I was watching the Joe Budden podcast, and that's like one of the biggest podcasts ever. And they was out here naming certain sites that had free content as far as live sports. Let's just put it like that. And it was just naming the website. I was like, there's no way these people out here just blowing up the spot. Like, do y'all not know that if the U.S. government ever catches the owner of those streaming platforms, they are going to do ungodly things to them? So that's why I'm going to leave it at. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about the whole Apple TV and its just downfall and Apple's new plan of cutting budgets? And if you're really into the streaming platform as far as watching TV and movies, what is your favorite streaming platform? And also, what do you think that these companies can do to hopefully someday compete with Netflix in their streaming world dominance?
And we begin with that breaking news at the top of this hour. New court documents show that Dwayne "Keefy D" Davis accused hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs of paying $1 million for the killing of rap icon Tupac Shakur.
Man, say it ain't so.
Davis claims Combs paid Eric Von Martin the money. He also says that Combs offered to set up a phone call with Terrence Brown, who was the driver of the car that rolled up next to Shakur and Suge Knight on September 7th, 1996, near the Strip. Davis says that he was telling on himself and not trying to provide evidence against anyone else. He's accused of orchestrating the plot to kill Shakur. A trial date has been set now for sometime in November.
That is beyond interesting, and is this focal point of this segment, simply for the fact that Sean Diddy Combs is just creating all type of meanings for Hit 'Em Up. Because in general, this man has been accused of a lot in 2024 and then been convicted of a lot as far as the evidence for certain things, as far as abusing your partner, and the video, the hotel video surveillance footage of him kicking Cassie and repeatedly assaulting Cassie, to the point where Diddy's overall career, as far as now into the future, will be forever halted. And with that being said, Diddy is still one of the most iconic figures in hip hop history. But two things could be true at the same time. Diddy could be out here wilding, committing crimes, while also in the limelight as far as public perception, pushing the hip hop brand to heights we've never seen before. When's the last time y'all seen a black mogul from hip hop have a successful liquor deal with one of the biggest whiskey distributors in the world? Talking about DeLeon. So I've already covered that in entirety. If you want to hear about that in more detail, just look up Diddy Analytic Dreamz and you sure find it. You know, that's a crazy search bar. But anyways, specifically for this segment, we're getting back into Diddy versus Tupac. I've already broke down Diddy versus Biggie, and as far as the saga of Diddy, if I do say so myself, I believe I did a pretty good job detailing this whole scenario as far as Diddy's downfall. I think I was one of the first people to connect Diddy's deal with DeLeon going through as a huge red flag as far as the foreseeable future. Because if you look at my Diddy coverage, I was one of the first ones as far as podcasts to point out how Diddy was publicly going through disputes with the owner of DeLeon, which once again is the biggest distributors of whiskey. I mean, every name brand whiskey that you could think of, DeLeon is probably the distributor. So with Diddy and his specific liquor, Ciroc, doing so well globally, and then him going through that dispute, the deal ending, which I detailed, which if you look up Diddy Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up everything I've said about Diddy and as far as the segments. But after that, interestingly enough, all these claims started coming through, and now we see today Diddy's career and profile image is officially halted. So I think there's a connection to that. I think when you get on the bad side of certain powerful people, they could make things come to light that once was in the dark. Because it's not like all of these events happened this year or last year. All of these happenings were from decades ago. I mean, if you're talking about the actual 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur in 2024, why in the world has this not been covered, not been revealed to the public? And basically it has, but it's never had this much credence in today's limelight. That is why I keep talking about DeLeon and the brand deal going through as far as the dispute. And then right after that, the complete public image of Diddy is now the lowest it's ever been. I think there's a connection to that. Diddy also is not off the hook. He's the one who committed these actions to be used against him. But we cannot discredit the fact that these events did not happen in the past and are being brought up more than 2 decades later, as far as 2 decades later, as far as the Tupac murder, which happened in 1996. So anyways, court documents revealed that Dwayne, is that how you say it? I don't know. Keefe D. Davis orchestrated Tupac's murder, and as far as the court documents relating to Dwayne Keefe D. murder, trial for orchestrating Tupac's murder, it mentioned Sean Diddy Combs 77 times. I mean, talk about a Luca ball, right? In the 2009 interview, Davis claimed that Diddy paid $1 million to a drug dealer, Eric Von Martin, to have Tupac killed. And then prosecutors have used these allegations to argue against Davis' release on bail. One of the more pivotal interviews you will ever see in the hip-hop community is DJ Vlad and Keefe D. You look up that interview, you listen to that entire interview, and you realize why he is currently being held in prison. As that man was the definition of self-snitching. And I love when gangsters snitch, but then at the end of it say, oh, I can't give you that detail because that would be giving away too much. I mean, my brother, you basically painted the whole picture at this point. So, yeah, he's currently under trial right now, specifically talking about Keefe D. When getting into Sean Diddy Combs, there's rumors behind the scenes talk about when he will be indicted, and they do believe it's inevitably going to come. But currently, he's still a free man, and he's not currently the suspect in Tupac's case. But Keefe D's persistent allegations have raised concerns, as Tupac's family is reportedly considering legal action, including a wrongful death lawsuit against Diddy, contingent on credible evidence. And then as far as Keefe D's confession, detailing the struggle to collect the $1 million payment from Diddy, which he claims that Martin kept the money. So Diddy had Eric Von Martin allegedly try to kill, well, not try, he did kill Tupac. You know, rest in peace to Tupac. You know, in all of this, you have to realize a life was lost. So there's a certain level of sensitivity to be had, which is why we cover this so often, because if one of the biggest icons in another genre was killed, and people, specifically talking about the authorities, just acted like, oh, we can't crack the case. We don't know what happened. Man, I don't even know. Somebody shot him. Like, wouldn't y'all be upset too? Like, that's why we keep bringing it up time and time again, because we just want justice for what actually happened, right? Of course, Eric Von Martin, you know, faced his justice, but there was a lot of other things that orchestrated this happenings, or this thing to happen. So Keefe D basically was laying it out as the $1 million payment was supposed to come from Diddy, but never did. So with that, and then Diddy's current legal challenges, I mean, multiple sexual misconduct and assault lawsuits. We're not even going to talk about the Cassie one, which he settled on because he didn't want, you know, even more damning information to come out. And guess what? That basically happened with the hotel surveillance footage of him kicking Cassie repeatedly, and just the mockery of the situation. People comparing it to WWE, people comparing it to how he ran out to get Cassie to like the WWE entrance. It's just a realization that the sensitivity that needs to be had in these current situations is just non-existent when it comes to the modern hip hop media. So that's why when I talk about these things, I try to let you know what actually occurred and what's the actual reaction to it, because some people live in a fictional land where they believe people care what happened to Cassie, when in all actuality people were more concerned about what Diddy did with some other guy on the famous show. It was like a black famous show. I forget his name. I think he was like a principal or something. Anyways, people were more concerned with that than the actual illegal activities of putting your hands on a woman, right? Breaking Kim Porter's nose on a boat, kicking Cassie, all of these things that were very damning information. People just could care less. So that's why I pointed that out, because I think people need to realize that's the current sentiment when it comes to these type of events. And It shouldn't be that way. That's why I bring it up, because it shouldn't be that way. I mean, Diddy, if he's gay or not, should not matter more than him putting hands on women. Like, one is illegal, one is not in today's society. So I think it's pretty clear cut. Anyways, historical context of this whole situation is that the motive behind Diddy's involvement is tied to the rivalry with Suge Knight, of course, if you don't know, was co-founder of Death Row Records. And he was with Tupac during the fatal shooting. So Davis, which is Keefe D, claimed that Diddy was fearful of Suge Knight and disliked Tupac, allegedly leading him to order the hit. Because if you don't know how the whole situation happened, there was a kerfuffle in a casino, which led to the overall escalation of events, ultimately ending in the loss of Tupac's life. So with Diddy repeatedly denying these allegations, because of course, what else is he gonna do, right? Just be like, nah, I did that. Like, it can't go like that. So of course he's gonna deny these allegations, as he was. And shout out to this channel right here. If y'all want to see a video that really details how the details in Keefe D's statements is important, I would go to this channel right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, to see the video along with the audio. But the Murder Rap YouTube channel definitely had a great video, and I'm just gonna play a little bit of it right here. But definitely check out his video, and check out his channel. The Murder Rap is right here, so hopefully y'all can see that. Yeah, y'all can see that. Okay, so anyways, let's get into what Diddy had to say about these allegations.
And it seems like every few years, this claim gets another wave of media attention, like it's a new story, even though this claim has been public information since Greg Kading's Murder Rap book came out in 2011 and was repeated in our Murder Rap documentary in 2015 and in the scripted series Unsolved in 2018, and so on.
All of these are very pivotal content pieces that you should consume if you're a hip-hop head, but just letting y'all know.
The thing that's new about this claim now is I think this may be the first time Keefe's accusation about the $1 million has appeared in an official court document. And in Puffy's defense, he has always denied it.
Now, it was this documentary that claimed, which we know wasn't true.
Yeah, check this out. We don't talk about things that are nonsense.
But in this,
and that was basically it. That man Diddy said, we don't talk about things that are nonsense, which is the most formulaic response ever. And then they just moved on to the next topic, which, you know, is understandably so. Charlemagne with the Breakfast Club has had, you know, different partnerships with Diddy, which doesn't mean that they're just going to blatantly lie about Diddy, but they're not going to press too hard. They're not going to be like, no, you tell me right now. And then Diddy be like, well, all right, well, y'all not under revolt no more. How about that? You know, he just walk off. So it's hard to just talk to somebody who funds certain business ventures as far as strategic partnerships with your own brand. So Charlemagne even bringing that up was him doing, you know, his journalistic work technically. But anyways, so yeah, Diddy is not going to claim that he set up Tupac to get killed publicly. Like, hopefully that's not like rocket science on why he wouldn't publicly say that. But Diddy's name did appear 77 times, once again, a Luca ball, in the court documents, as the Keefe D trial had a lot of information, and in that information, it seemingly was going to help him, but the overall response to it, as far as in the court, led to like 180 pages long document opposing Keefe D's bail. You know, Keefe D's trying to lay out all the reasons why he's not the villain, is really Diddy, when in all actuality, my brother, he was a part of something that was pretty significant and pretty significantly illegal. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. So these allegations were dated all the way back to 2009. Why is this happening so current, you might add, as far as 2024? Once again, the DJ Vlad Keefe D interview is to thank is because of that. It is the ultimate pinnacle of getting somebody to admit something that they didn't think they did currently, so that, well, basically to get somebody to say something that they didn't mean to be public. So now he's going through the whole situation again as far as the trial. So with that, Tupac's murder and Davis being arrested in 2023 is very interesting because that murder happened in 1996 and was still trying to uncover the pieces of one of the senseless acts of violence against one of the greatest hip hop musicians to ever live. So it's very serious. And Diddy's going to face multiple lawsuits and possible federal charges. But of course, only the future will entail what is to become of these future lawsuits and possible federal charges. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Diddy versus Tupac and them still trying to solve the 1996 murder of course, Tupac Shakur? And once again, RIP to Tupac. And what is your biggest takeaway from this whole alleged Diddy involvement into Tupac's murder? With every ending comes a new beginning. I am so grateful to have shared this season with you. You have brought me more love, more life, and most of all, renewed my power. Reminded me that I can have it all. You reminded me that I never have to choose between life, love, and my passion. I love you so much and cannot wait for you to witness what you have helped me accomplish. What you pushed me to do is so much easier. Taking life's twists, turns, and tests, laying down. But you, your brother, and your sister have shown me why it's worth it to push through. And of course, Spotify responded saying, "She's so mother." At first, when I was reading off Cardi B's IG post, you would think those sentiments were for Offset. But then, of course, at the end, she says that it's basically her kids that she's talking about in this IG post. And as far as the segment, if you've read the title, then you definitely know that IG post was not for Offset, as currently Cardi B has filed for divorce from Offset. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, third time is the charm, as Cardi B's representative confirmed that she will be starting the actual court documents to file for divorce. And she'll be going through the process. She already filed for divorce back in beginning of August, I think. And they stated that the split was amicable and not due to a specific incident. One of the things I wanted to get into as a young man in society that knows nothing, I wanted to get into the construct of marriage. And of course, it's not going to be no red pill. I think marriage is a great thing, but I've had great examples in my life of lifelong marriages to the point where I actually believe in getting married to somebody and just making it work. Because the thing I wanted to get into was the Disney Channel, the Peaches and Rose and Peaches. I forget what the phrase is. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? The cookie cutter way of looking at marriage is what gets people messed up in the first place. If you don't think there's going to be, if you don't think there will be no struggles in a lifelong partnership, then you are basically saying that life does not have struggles. Because if you're not going to struggle with life, then you could think that. but everybody knows that life's a you know what. That's why we get high, because you never know when you're gonna go. Hey, don't you just love how I just threw that Tupac quote in there talking about marriage? So anyways, basically what I'm saying is it's not all cookie cutter as far as how to have a great marriage. Usually, if you come at it from the sense of it's a life partnership and you're willing to make things work, I think that's the best approach to a lot of people getting together. That's what I think. But, you know, hey, like I said at the beginning, just a young man who knows absolutely nothing, giving his advice on marriage. So, with that being said, Cardi B and Offset, of course, share 2 children, Culture, who's 6 years old, and then Wave, who's 2 years old. And then the third child is expected soon. That's basically the third person that Cardi B's talking about in this IG post. And then, you know, as far as the wedding, they were actually married. So it wasn't like no, I'm not going to throw any shots at Kanye, but it wasn't like no fake marriage. It wasn't a fake marriage. They actually got married September 20th, 2017 in Atlanta. And Cardi already has been filed for divorce once before when I think it was September 2020. But of course, Offset was showing up to her performances with like a boutique. Is that how you say it? Boutique of roses, bouquet of roses, one of those. And basically won Cardi B over because he kept being persistent in his love, which could be considered something else, but I ain't gonna go there. So as far as Cardi and the whole split, it's pretty significant because if you don't know, one of the main pivoters as far as Cardi B's career is the cosign from Offset. I would compare the Offset to Cardi B cosign like the Lil Wayne to Drake cosign. Y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but if you wasn't there, then you really can't speak on it. But I remember Cardi B trying to come up in music, completely failing. Offset taking her under his wing. Obviously, he may have liked her a little bit, but still, he actually followed through with certain promises that some producers just say to sleep with women. He actually followed through with some of the promises, well, actually all of the promises he gave to Cardi, and constructed her into an artist, a better artist, to where she was accepted to the point where when Bodak Yellow, when she basically copied that whole track and put out, it was No Flocking, when she copied that track and put out Bodak Yellow. Hopefully I'm getting my tracks correct. Basically, she was copying Kodak's like popular song at the time. I believe it was No Flocking. But when she made Bodak Yellow, that was the first time people realized Cardi B could make it in the music industry. And then the rest was history. So Offset at the beginning, co-signing her, set her up to even have that Bodak Yellow moment. I'm not going to say there's no Cardi B without Offset. But I'm basically saying it's the Lil Wayne to Drake. You significantly expedited the process. Because go look at Cardi B's discography. She's been putting out a lot of music. People talk about Cardi B not putting out music after her latest album that came out, in 20... I think Cardi's latest album was like 2018, I want to guess. Yeah, 2018. Look at me. That's crazy. Yeah, 2018 was her last album. So as far as not putting out music, she's been putting out albums since, she has 3 albums technically. So when people say, oh, she put out 1 album, then when she disappeared, no, she's not no Lauryn Hill who completely quit on the game, but that's a whole nother scenario. Then she just canceled her tour with the Fugees because apparently it was ticket sales. I wonder why they not buying tickets. Maybe because you showing up an hour and a half late to every single show. Maybe that has something to do with it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. So anyways, yeah, ever since 2015, Cardi's been trying to make it in music. And she really didn't take off until, of course, the Bodak Yellow track, where she was basically copying Kodak, which is nothing wrong with it. To each his own. I'm just pointing out how she jump-started her hip-hop career, and that didn't come till 2017. But Offset was very influential, and Cardi would tell you this herself. There would be no Cardi as far as at this level without Offset. Offset was really pivotal in Cardi B's career, like Jay-Z, like pivotal. And that is why he's fighting so hard every time Cardi B tries to get a divorce. But now, flip side, Offset be wildin'. Offset be wildin'. Offset has been caught in 4K wildin' a lot, to the point where now it's almost as if Cardi just mentally can't get over the fact that Offset would never stop wildin'. Like it's just a beknownst fact that Offset's gonna do Offset, and Cardi B at this point has had enough of it. So basically, they're getting a divorce. It's over, and when I say over, obviously I'm talking about the divorce aspect. They can always reconcile, and Offset could always, do what he did in 2020 and bring the roses, and hopefully that works again. But it would be interesting if that works again. All I will say is, it seems like Cardi B has finally told Offset it is officially over, and I am ready to get an actual divorce. So with that being said, Cardi still defends Offset, like you would hope the mother of your kids, defends you, as far as him not being unsupportive, which goes back to my sentiments on like Offset's influence on Cardi B's rise to fame in the hip hop music space. Cardi B will always talk highly of Offset when it comes to that, because there's one thing. It's like the Big Sean Kanye effect. Y'all realize the comparisons I'm using? The person who had the key to the door you've been trying to open, giving it to you, and now maybe he's been wilding for so long that it's time to split, but you're still not going to disrespect him or her to the point where you're going to let people call him unsupportive. And she basically highlighted how his involvement in her business and with her children. So basically same thing I was saying. So with that being said, that's basically all I had for the saga of Offset and Cardi B, because Lord knows Cardi B not giving us no album anytime soon. I mean, Atlantic may have to pull a Kanye and just leak her stuff at this point. I mean, they trying to recoup on their investment, and Cardi B out here getting pregnant again. So, you know what I mean? So, hey, Cardi B does what she wants. And at this point, Atlantic has other issues to deal with as far as their new management and how they're going to figure out that situation. So that may expedite the process of them pushing a Cardi B album. But with Cardi pregnant, there's a certain card Cardi could play if Atlantic tries to push her, as far as the new management, if they try to push her to put out an album, that I think would just lead to Atlantic letting Cardi be, as far as in this music industry, and happy with her 3 children. So with that being stated, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this whole Offset and Cardi B chapter in the entire saga of being together? And what do you think about the overall relationship of Cardi B and Offset?
Big Sean over Pusha T?
No, I'm saying that the worst thing I've ever done was sign Big Sean.
That's a beautiful thing. Oh, that's a beautiful thing, man.
No,
wait.
Yo, Nori be drunk out of his mind during these interviews. I know it's called Drink Champs, but goodness, that man is incoherent when that liquor get in his system. Now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because Kanye saying some of the craziest stuff, and obviously it's a throwback, but just watching this again, I mean, it's just like it happened today.
The worst. This is the best. Holy shit! You fucked me up right now, bro. You fucked my algorithm up. Time out. I thought you said the best. Okay, hold on.
Nah, man, look, they let that man. I know this man, mama, bro. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I've changed this man's family, and both John Legend and Big Sean, when I ran for office, got used quick by the Democrats to come at they boy that actually changed their life, and that's some sellout shit. And I don't rock with neither of them. And I need my apologies. I ain't saying they're gonna change, but niggas is scared.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the premise of Big Sean versus Kanye. The overall delusion that this man has when it comes to speaking about one of the greatest rappers of all time is just insane. Because Big Sean is the most unproblematic rapper in the hip hop industry. I know y'all say J. Cole, but he's in hip hop timeout, so we're not talking about him right now. Big Sean is one of the more unproblematic people in the hip hop industry. He just wants to have his 10 out of 10 and live his life, right? Shout out to Jhené Aiko. But as far as that being considered, and the music being put out, and the leaks and the reports that Kanye has something to do with Big Sean's newer album being leaked, quote unquote, because during the new interview with Charlamagne, he basically said that was just a part of his album. They technically didn't leak the whole thing. Some of those were just songs he wasn't going to use for the album. Which, what else are you supposed to say? Yeah, they leaked my whole album. So now, if you come up with new songs, they're like, oh, that's just stuff you just came up with because they leaked your album. So it's a great thing to say, talking about, Big Sean's response. But the reports of Kanye having something to do with leaking Big Sean's upcoming new album, Better Me Than You, which still doesn't have a release date because he's still pushing it back. I wonder why. But he basically responded to that, and people stating that Kanye has something to do with his album leaking.
Fucking projects. I've been there since graduation. And I got to study and contribute, give energy to every project. 808s, Beautiful Twisted, right? So
it's Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. Just had to correct him.
I know he wouldn't do no shit like that. So whoever did do that, just know it did fuck me up. But I know, hold on, let me show y'all some shit. I know he ain't do that shit because
this is the most passive aggressive response you could ever have to somebody leaking your entire album.
I know he ain't do that. Niggas talking about, yeah, he did that. I know he ain't.
I mean, just look at his face. That man is hurt.
Let me show y'all something. You see this plaque right here? It's 185 million records sold.
Speak about it.
Under good music.
Talk about it.
I love good music. Nigga they made more money off my music than I did.
Hold up. Let there be silence.
Nigga they made more money off my music than I did. And leaking a nigga shit, I had access to a lot of exclusive.
Now this is where I say the passive aggressive tone kicks in, because you start to realize, oh, he actually does think Kanye leaked his music because of what he says right here.
Just him, just other people too, nigga. I would never leak nobody's shit, so I know he ain't do that. I know he ain't do that. So whoever started that rumor, y'all on some bullshit. No matter what's going on.
Yeah, he said, I got a lot of Kanye music, so I know he wouldn't leak my stuff because, and then he just tailored it off. You know what I mean? I wonder what would become of that. But because Big Sean's so unproblematic, nothing's gonna happen. I mean, Kendrick's been throwing shots at this man for years, and Big Sean's acting like he ain't hear it. So, as far as the 2021 Drink Champs interview with Kanye, basically saying that, signing Big Sean was the worst thing he's ever done, which is insane. And then Big Sean expressing his disappointment for that specific video, which happened before this video I'm showing you right now. It happened before. So this was all in 2021. And then in 2022, Big Sean and Kanye were seen working together in the studio. I mean, talk about the fickleness of the music industry. And then they hinted at the how can I say that? Reconciliation. Why in the world? I'm slow. That was a Floyd Mayweather moment. But anyways, hinting at the I still can't say it. Reconciliation. Did I mess it up again? I definitely did. I'm keeping that in there, so y'all just got to listen to me get through the word. So anyways, they're collaborative efforts. Let's just say that. on new music, which hasn't. Well, I think it did see the light of day. Maybe. I don't know. Let me look up Kanye and Big Sean, because in the Charlamagne interview, it made me realize that Kanye still hates Big Sean. That's what it made me realize. I mean, you would have thought him leaking his entire album would do that, but nah, that's what made me realize as far as the Charlamagne interview. But yeah, I didn't think they had any new music. So I guess they was just in the studio for vibes, which makes what he said in the Charlamagne interview even more impactful, because if you haven't heard that, I mean, he spoke on a lot of things when it came to he spoke on a lot when it came to Kanye West, and it was very pivotal that people heard this, because it's a very different side of Big Sean that I don't think people really got as far as the full story. So here is Big Sean basically talking about his differences with Kanye.
Was just pissed because he felt like I chose Drake over him. That relates back to, like, I only bring that up because he brought that up to somebody who told me something. You said Drake, I'm like, in 2015, talking about the song Blessings, where I helped Ye write his verse for the song. After he heard the song, was like, I have to be on it. And I helped him write his verse. And then I told him, you got to turn it into the mastering plant tomorrow, bro, because my album is about to come out. I wake up the next, by the way, I'm doing way too much as an artist. Like, I shouldn't even have to be worried about shit like this. I'm checking in like an A&R would. Hey, did he send the verse to mastering? Oh, no, he still didn't. I call his engineer. Yo, did he oh, no, we still. I'm like, bro, y'all bullshit. Y'all playing. If he wants to be on the song, he need to send it. And we ended up doing the video version and the radio version, but for some reason he thinks because Drake didn't want him on that song. But I was like, I'm putting Ye on this song anyway because Ye put me on. If he wants to be on the song, he's going to be on the song. So even though I've said that to his face, he just don't hear me or some shit. So for some reason, he just think that I'm being unloyal or some shit. I really don't know. I can't speak for him. In fact, I don't like speaking for other people, but I'm just, from my perspective, it was something along those.
So basically, he's giving you hints to why Kanye's acting so funny towards him for all those years, and seemingly putting it in the light of Big Sean's the one who's trash and who's the worst signing of his career. When in all actuality, it all goes back to my GOAT. I'm sorry, I got to bring it back to it, because when you're the GOAT of your entire music genre, people are going to hate you and hate the artist they signed because of you. Like, y'all don't think that the Lakers looked at Kwame Brown and they looked at LeBron and they just looked at Kwame with the disgust? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, Big Sean's not Kwame. But as far as just signing somebody, you being Kanye, Lil Wayne being who he is, Lil Wayne signs somebody, goes to be the biggest ever in the genre, and then you sign Big Sean, who basically used all his hits to get his women, let me just put it like that, and, you know, go about his life, which is nothing wrong with it. You know, if you have your own plan, you have your own plan. But Kanye probably looked at that and was like, you know what? You were supposed to be my Drake, and you didn't end up being like that. So now I'm just going to trash you for no reason. Crazy logic, but I'm pretty sure that's how Kanye be thinking, because at the end of the day, there's no reason for Kanye to be taking these type of tactics to throw Big Sean's marketing plans out the window. I mean, as far as Big Sean about to put out an album, oh, now Vultures 2 came out. Like, it was supposed to have been out, but now Vultures 2 is coming out. And right when Big Sean was saying he was about to drop his album. So now Big Sean pushed his album back. So now when Big Sean drops again, don't be surprised if Kanye does something else. He'll probably drop Vultures 3 or something. I mean, as far as the tactics used to throw off Big Sean's career, it all leads back to Drake and his vitriol for Drake's success in the game. So, and Big Sean just said it himself. So y'all can't call me a Drake stan, because Big Sean said it, signed a good music with Kanye. So why would he think there wasn't anything if there was actually something, because Kanye actually said, oh, you know what? I don't like how you made a song with Drake. Right? Up to date. So currently, he said that they technically paid him his money that he was owed, because I remember in the Drink Champs interview, he talked about how Kanye owed him some fettuccine, which is money for those who aren't as cultured. And they basically was playing games with him, sending him to different people to get the money. And he just realized, like, let me just hit Ye. Like, he don't even deal with this, but let me hit him. And then I guess Kanye just blew him off or whatever. But Big Sean did say in the Charlamagne interview, it eventually got resolved. So there was no need for him to go at that anymore as far as that standpoint of, oh, Ye owes me $6 million, which is insane. But with that, the whole beef of Big Sean and Kanye is so interesting because, like I keep saying, Big Sean was supposed to be Kanye's Drake. You sign somebody and your cosign alone leads him to have an expedited pathway to success. So now, when he takes that success and gets with some of the baddest women on the planet and then settles down, now you're probably looking at it, even though you did the same thing, now you're probably looking at it from a standpoint of numbers-wise as far as why did my signee, my top performer signee, not be like Drake and Nicki, just like Lil Wayne was, not be like me and Rihanna, just like Jay-Z was, not be my Eminem and 50 Cent to Dr. Dre. You know what I mean? Like, as far as Kanye and the people he's co-signed, none of them has had more impact than those names I just said. So that's an aspect you could take for why Kanye just blatantly and illogically just goes at Big Sean for no reason. Because I'm trying to make sense of it because he's so unproblematic. It has to be coming from somewhere else. And I simply think it's him and his distaste for Drake's success. So anyways, I think that was basically it. Yeah, that was basically it. I was going to get into the whole good music stuff, but I kind of already wrapped that up as far as that scenario. So yeah, don't be surprised if Big Sean tries to put out an album and Kanye puts out like the first installment of his Yeezy. I can't say it's a PG podcast, but let me just say it was a thing that Kanye promoted way back in the past. Don't be surprised if you put out something for that as far as the explicit provocative nature of adult content. Let me just put it like that. So anyways, Big Sean and Kanye West and the public spat is forever continuing simply for the fact that Kanye can't get over Drake's success. It all leads back to Drake. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of the main reason of Big Sean and Kanye's beef? And whose side are you on? So that's about it for episode 140, which of course was titled Guess Who's Back, which is basically a play off of the great white hope of hip hop coming back to save the day, as his album The Death of Slim Shady is definitely and probably the best hip hop album of 2024 currently, as his pen continues to be unmatched continuously as far as the longevity of being an icon in a hip hop game. So that's why I titled this episode 140, Guess Who's Back? And it's also, a double triple entendre. Don't even ask me how, because this is my first ever episode recording from my new spot. And I'm not going to lie to you, it feels amazing. It's nice to be able to see the fruits of your labor. And it's nice to see that continuing to put work in pays out in ways that you never thought was imaginable, because there's things that leads up to success that a lot of people don't see, and they only see the tip of the iceberg when it comes to success. And then they think they can, or they think the path was like super easy. But as far as myself personally, knowing the amount of work that went into just gaining this type of engagement when it comes to Notorious, Mass Effect, very appreciative of it. Glad I was able to reward myself with a nicer place. Let's just leave it at that, as far as recording and putting content together comfortably and in a space to where I can call home, as the overall success of this podcast is, of course, just the beginning. But I always want to say thank you because, of course, we already had my segment as far as the 5 million total downloads. But, you know, as far as 150 to 160,000 weekly downloads, I mean, those people to just keep coming back time and time again, week after week, that is why I believe this is something that's just begun. Like it's just beginning to rise as far as what we've accomplished. And I mean, it's always thanks to y'all. I mean, goes without saying, without y'all, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you. And as always, episode 140 is technically the first episode from the new pad. And I haven't had a place like this in ever. I mean, obviously, you know, old home. I mean, we like your hometown, like growing up, your parents' house, you know what I mean? Obviously that was nice, but having a place like this to yourself is, it's hard to put into words the amount of gratitude that accumulates from seeing your work have certain benefits to it. So anyways, I'm not going to get too emotional. You know what I mean? I'm just letting y'all know that this is the first one ever recorded from new pad. And that's just something that the realization just hit me. It's just like, dang, that is crazy. So anyways, you know, of course, at the end of the day, we got into a lot of different topics. And some of those topics, of course, started with Drake, as, you know, he's the GOAT. So if we're, actually, let me scoot over here. So if we're talking about Drake, we talked about Drake and just his dominance in the game as far as just overall involvement in not only the music industry, but the ability to ban the likes of a Schoolboy Q, a Sir, basically clowning, or not, he didn't clown Mustard, but basically just orchestrating an environment to where a producer has 2 new Drake tracks coincidentally the same weekend that Mustard puts out his new album, but also adding to that, the main artist that you helped win the beef did not promote your album a single time. I think that's distasteful and very just disrespectful. I don't know how y'all feel, but if you was a producer to give a rapper one of his biggest songs ever and you put out a new album, I would expect a feature, a post, or something. You know what I mean? Like a thank you. Like, we just made history together. I put out a new project and you act like it don't exist. You acting like you don't exist. You know what I mean? Like Kendrick be acting like he just come on and off the planet and we just don't think he's watching, right? Kendrick is a very interesting individual. That's why I'll leave it at. So, and then we got to the great white hope of hip hop, as the death of Slim Shady sold 281,000 units first week and was Eminem's 11th career Billboard 200 #1, tying him with Bruce Springsteen. Barbara, bro, these names be messing me up, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Barbara Streisand and Kanye West for the 5th most #1s in album history. So shout out to Eminem. He was basically what the focal point of this episode was on, because just him, his longevity, testament to his ability to just put work in, day out, month in, month out, year in, year out, decade in, decade out. Like, goodness gracious, this man don't stop. Like, y'all think LeBron don't stop. This man really been topping the charts since like the 2000s. Like, it's just insane. And 2000s is crazy undersell. Actually, let me get the actual year, because of course it was mixtapes back then, so we probably don't even have the actual start date of Eminem. But oh yeah, it is 2000. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. He put out his official DSP album in 2005, but of course the mixtapes probably went years before that. So anyways, so 2000s is technically correct. Pat myself on the back, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we talked about that and just his dominance in the hip hop industry. Of course, we got into Big Sean pushing his album back, dodging the Kanye smoke, dodging the Kendrick smoke. I mean, at this point, this man is the opposite of a chimney. He would be something of a pacifist. He's the ultimate pacifist in this game called hip hop. So he pushed his album back. Technically, it got leaked by Kanye. He said it wasn't Kanye. We all know he lying, but it's all right because he's a nice guy. So then, then we got to Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign's release of their new album, Vultures 2, which currently was number 2 on the charts as far as debut. First time ever. I don't know if, I think first time ever Kanye had an album debut at number 2. I don't know if that's a factual stat. I was just spitballing. Let me see. How you spell that? Vultures 2. Yeah, so Vultures 2 actually, it's really not too many. It's not too much sales talk about Vultures 2. Even though it's technically doing well. I mean, it's the number 2 album in the world, but it just debuted. So, independently, things of that nature. But oh yeah, okay. So his active streak was broken as far as having a number 1 album, as far as consecutive. He had an active streak of 11 consecutive number 1 albums. So thanks to Taylor Swift, it came in number 2. Like I keep saying, man, Taylor Swift is the gangster of the music industry. One day y'all gonna realize. So transitioning from that, we got to some business talk. We always gotta do that over here. So Julie Greenwald, she announced her resignation as COO and CEO/chairman of Atlantic Music Group. Very big deal. Very, very big deal. And why that's a big deal is because Lucian Grainge's son took over Atlantic, which basically means that the market share is specifically owned by the Grainges. I mean, Elliot Grainge, his father, Lucian Grainge, his father, is CEO of Universal Music Group, the biggest music label in the world, bar none. And now his son owns the second biggest in the world, which is Atlantic. So now they control, technically the number was lower than what I had, but it's still a lot. Technically they control 37.6% of the US recording music market. If that's not a monopoly, I don't know what is. So a whole family owning that much of music, I mean, that's just insane. So I don't know how the U.S. government let that happen, because Lord knows the Grainges are going to come up with some strategic plan to take over, because they basically own everything now. So, hey, good job, government. So anyways, and now we have the gaming side of things as we dived into the acceptance of esports into the Olympic field, as it's very important to note that esports is technically a sport because the amount of just dedication and the strategy involved, and is similar to traditional sports that's not focused on physical, as you still require extensive training and preparation. So we just talked about that and how esports is now going to be a part of Olympics as far as 2025 to 2023 in Saudi Arabia. So look out for esports to get a little bit more respect put on its name as far as the world is considered. And then we got into the video game actors strike, as the main premise of the video game actors strike was to combat the abuse of AI when it comes to replicating people's movements without their consent. So now they're revolting. Now they are coming up with different plans to combat the misuse of AI. And who's right there? Duncan Crabtree Ireland from SAG-AFTRA's national executive director, Duncan Crabtree Ireland, is emphasizing the need for legal and contractual protections against the misuse of AI. So that's definitely something that's very important. And then we got to GTA 6. They basically just trying to take y'all money. I mean, Take-Two Interactive already said that it's not coming to Game Pass. Don't think you finna get actual value for your dollar through the Game Pass. It's actually a game to where you got to pay the full price when it comes out. And guess what? We're also talking about some subscription and Game Pass models. So, you know, just look out for that. As far as GTA via Rockstar, it's going to be not a cash grab, because that's a little too harsh. GTA 5 is still one of the greatest games of all time as far as gaming history. So they can afford to have certain liberties. I just hope they don't go too far. So that being said, then we got to Black Myth Wukong, which of course is releasing this week, I think. No, next week. Yeah, next Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, on a PlayStation 5, Steam, Epic Store, and oh shit, my fault. I can't help myself. Xbox players don't get this game, so you know, y'all can cry in the car. So anyways, and then we got to EA Sports College Football 25. That's definitely having a dominance over the gaming landscape, as it's still number one on the respective PlayStation and Xbox platforms, as 2.2 million unique players during early access, so before the game even came out officially. And now with the whole game just putting up numbers week in, week out, being the most played game on each respective console, I mean, it's just definitely a testament to how much people missed EA College Football. And then, of course, we got into a little beef news, as Apple TV and Netflix, the tech industry basically, is always competing with one another, and one finally submitted. You know, in UFC, when a man gets you in a nice chokehold, no Diddy, and you had to tap out, that's basically what Apple TV is doing. They're basically saying, we can't compete with Netflix no more. How about we just cut the budget? We spent over $20 billion, and what do we have to show for it? 0.2% of the US TV viewership compared to Netflix's 8%. And best believe they're not spending no $20 billion on original content. Apple just threw money at a venture and thought it was going to work. And they quickly realized that's just not how the system is set up. So even though Apple still going to be one of the greatest companies of all time, well, is, their venture with Apple TV is seemingly failing. So that's unfortunate. Then we got to Diddy versus Tupac, because of course, what is Diddy without a little bit of, let me chill. All right, so Diddy be wildin', and he's definitely going to face multiple lawsuits and possible federal charges. And that specific topic, I was basically breaking down the whole Diddy versus Tupac, because we're still trying to uncover what actually happened as far as who constructed the 1996 murder of Tupac. Because of course, you know, the Eric Von Martin guy who killed Tupac, I mean, of course he faced justice, but we still have to figure out who's the behind the scenes orchestra of that occurrence. And people are now bringing up Diddy's name, and in the light of Diddy's already several lawsuits that he has to face, and maybe an indictment, a federal indictment, allegedly, he's going to have to deal with this whole Tupac situation again. That happened all the way back in 1996. So anyways, then we transition into Cardi B and Offset, and their iconic relationship seemingly coming to an end, as Cardi B has officially filed for divorce yet again on August 1st, 2024. And along with that, she announced her pregnancy with her third child on Instagram, basically showcasing how, you know, much love she has for her children. So that was a very heartwarming moment. And as far as Offset, hey man, you be wildin'. So anyways, then we finished off with Big Sean and Kanye West, as the biggest thing with that is that Big Sean is very unproblematic. Kanye at this point is the complete opposite, going at Big Sean in the ways of leaking his entire album, it's just very uncalled for. And Big Sean, like he said numerous times, has made you more money than he made off of his own music. And he's always said that you saved his life as far as the good music signing. But then you know, talking about he being the worst signee that you ever had is just, in retrospect, it's not going to look good on your career how you downed one of the most successful artists you ever signed. So, I don't know, man. The beef between Big Sean and Kanye is a slippery slope, because if you had a mentor open up a life for you that you wouldn't have had without that mentor, but then your mentor starts to treat you like Kanye's treating Big Sean, I think you will also, well, I don't know. Some people are fickle. They don't really respect the people who put them in certain positions. So I can't really speak for everybody. But for me personally, if somebody was so pivotal in my life and then just all of a sudden just start trashing me and saying like, oh, you know, just saying the worst things imaginable, it would still be a line to where you have to be respectful because he gave you a life that you wouldn't have had without him, right? It's not like you locked up in the Kanye prison. You're a free man, living your life, millions of dollars. He changed your life. He's just saying a couple bad things about you, but we still have to point it out. On the flip side, we still have to point it out and just condemn Kanye for just acting a fool for no reason. So that's basically what I did, and highlighted the bigger reasons for Big Sean and Kanye's feud, as at the end of the day, it all comes back to Drake. So that's about it for episode 140. That's about it for the episode. Wait, what is that? Oh, okay, I can't read. My fault. So that's about it for episode 140 of the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, titled Guess Who's Back? Thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. With the first episode and a new pad in the books, I want to say thank you and thank y'all for tuning in to yet another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.